Shimani Petlutu Shimani Yashi Shimani Shibut Ari Grabshi Uruk Shimani Yashi Anakuana Enkidu Enkidu Idriyabaki Kima Lalariti Unambasarti
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Children of the Cup. I am your DMGM storyteller, whichever you would like to call me, and I just realized the cameras are super fucked, but don't worry, I will fix that in post. In the meantime, I am joined by a lovely cast of people, and we're going to start with Seth.
Hi, my name's Sephorial. I'll be playing Achala. Yeah, but not for very much longer. There you go.
Fantastic. All right, next up we're going to have Azzy.
Hello, I'm As00. You can't see my face right now, but I will show up soon. I'm playing Cecilia of Montfort, and I am at Simish, that is just seeing a person with no face.
Fantastic. Next up we have Mel.
Hi, I'm Mel, and I'm playing Chimig, who is currently lying in the dust behind everyone else, and will probably turn up to the rest of them dead, but we'll see how that goes.
Fantastic. And last but not least we have Shannon.
Hi, I'm Shannon, and I play our ever absolutely optimistic and happy to be with this wondrously smart, bright young coterie, Cassandra.
All right. So,
Ouch.
Seth, why don't you give people our viewer warning, and then Mel take it away with the recap afterwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this vampire game. As said, it's a vampire game, it's a horror game, it's a horror story. So please keep in mind that we are playing not so nice creatures of the night, and that these choices that these creatures make might be, let's say, of a less than moral path. Please don't hold that against us, it's the characters, not the players. Besides that, if the horror theme gets too much, or the horror is too much for you, feel free to take a break and tune in later when the horror might have passed. And, well, that's our disclaimer. Be aware.
Yes, and last session, I do believe we started up with a conversation between Cecilia and her ghoul, and she was explaining to him what the situation was and asking him to stick closer to her in these more trying times. After that, I believe that we had a bit of a conversation in the inn about our situation and did a little bit of poking around in the room where the drained woman was found, where someone resembling Hakon had left her. Cassandra found a sketching of an eye that was supposed to, we think, made to look like the eye of Set, I believe it was. And but on closer inspection, I do believe it was a Jala that thought that it was. It wasn't. It was made to look like it, but it was a pretty shitty job of it. After that, wait, there was something more I think he said as well, wasn't there?
Maybe.
Oh, well, after that, at least we decided to head to Mara because the Holy Sepulchre was where the body had been taken. We thought,
That's
at
in
least.
Patriarchate.
Okay, yeah, okay. And we, talking with Mara, we did get permission to see the body, and Cecilia did some investigations of it, where she realized that it was made, well, the piercing wounds were made by tools and not teeth at all. And it was made to look like, well, probably like some kind of serpent teeth. And Chimeg also did pick up a few odd smells. The oddest ones being poison, and that is also something we found in her stomach contents. And a faint smell of sulfur, which we might have gotten our reasons for now. And after that, we went back to the one that was in charge of the prostitutes, and she did give us a lot of information. And for one, we learned that our adoptive father had been visiting this woman a few times, and after don't think we got that much more of that, other than she did regularly go to see Father Rastuti, which is very suspicious, obviously. And yeah, after that, we also learned that just a few minutes before we talked to her, a woman looking like Mara had been there, which was literally impossible since we just came from her place. And so Cecilia took the very, very good decision to run after her. And Chimig did try to follow, but got left in the dirt when she tripped. And as we left the scene, Cecilia and Ajala had just thrown open a door where this woman, well, it wasn't even a woman, it was many things at once, had disappeared into, where some kind of creature without a face was standing on the other side.
Right, fantastic. So, bringing us into the scene. Chimeg, you're still face down in the dirt. Well, you're slowly brushing yourself off and getting up, being yelled at by a noble for getting food on his fine clothing. Cassandra's not too far up ahead, looking around, trying to figure out exactly where Cecilia and Ajala disappeared off to, also keeping her eyes keen for any Canaanites that she might see, because witnesses might be important. But further up ahead, in a small back alley room, we have Ajala and Cecilia face to face with a faceless creature. Cecilia, what you see before you is a tall, 6'3" individual, feminine in features, completely blank Caucasian face, which slowly begins to peel at the bottom to form a smile with hundreds of shark-like teeth. And from behind her, a large black spiny tail with a pincer at the end. What would you like to do as you throw that door open and see this before you?
As her claws starts to come out from her nails, just from probably more fear than anger at this point, but the only thing she can utter is, "What are you?" As she waits before pouncing.
Before I respond, would Ajala like to get anything done, as you are stuck in the doorway? Cecilia is practically smushed right in front of you, and you can just see over Cecilia's shoulders into this small room, very small room, that has this creature standing within.
Jala would have asked the same question, but Cecilia already did, so he just stares in awe.
Fantastic. He watches this creature. Its smile goes into a blank emotion, and eventually a frown. I recognize the three of you earlier. Where's the third? I only see two.
"What are you?" And her fang starts coming out.
That's cute. You can stop now. Where's the third?
Not here.
Unfortunate. You'd have better odds. So, why are you chasing after me? I am not your target.
"You're fucking up in our neighborhood.
I am investigating in your neighborhood. What have I fucked up?
You killed that girl."
I have killed no one so far.
"Then why did you look like Hakan when I looked into the alleyway just when I chased you?"
You can take on the features of many. She immediately begins to take on the features of Cecilia. See?
"Then what are you?" I rage.
Your kind have many names for what I am. But I think the most apt would be a demon.
I am raging.
Okay.
I
Fantastic.
willfully let the beast take over.
All
Ride it.
right. Oh boy. All right. Go ahead and bump up your strength by 4 points because of the werewolf blood, and your dexterity by
Alright.
2.
All right. 4 points, and that's 2. All right.
So you begin to lose yourself to the red. And as the world begins to blur, Cecilia, do you think the beast wants to run or fight?
Fight.
Okay. Go ahead and make me an attack. 2 attacks, actually. With your claws.
All right. Let's see. It's Dex to hit and Brawl. And it's not. No, it's the same mod. So 2 attacks. 1, 2.
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting out, since we're rolling in combat. We aren't going to go into initiative. We'll go into cinematic initiative for now, but I just got to get one little thing. Oh, also, before I forget, I should pull out Cassandra's amnesia notes, because those might be important.
Just for the information, Cassandra has deafened herself for this scene because she wants a fresh impression of this creature.
Absolutely. All right. So, you got 3 successes on the first, 2 successes on the second. It's going to block or attempt to block both. So,
Oh, I actually forgot to dice on both. No, how does celerity work? Do you get them automatically?
So, I believe you have to spend a point of blood.
We spent a lot of points to activate it last time. To run here.
No, but that is. Oh, maybe it was to get the bone. I thought when you didn't spend blood, you just got 2 dice. Otherwise, you got more action.
When it comes to multiple actions, celerity works as follows. Normally, you, for every successive action that you take, you start losing dice, and you also take a penalty to the difficulty, like the difficulty raises.
Yeah.
With celerity, what it's doing is it's negating the loss of dice. So I actually need you to remake that second attack at a difficulty 7, not a difficulty 6.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Should I make mode, because it says that I should also add my celerity rating to the dexterity based
Go ahead.
dice pool.
Yeah, because this is dexterity based.
I will just remake these. See if
yeah.
it goes better or worse. So
Yeah.
first attack is gonna be like that.
Yeah, and then the second one at difficulty 7.
Yeah.
Okay, great, fantastic. All right.
So 4 and 3 this time. That's good for me.
That
Maybe.
is good for you. Let's see if they can block these. What are you at? You are difficulty. You're difficulty 4 to block these. Okay. So you have. Oops, not a question mark. Slash or. T4. Nope, other way around. And then 1 less dice because successive attacks. Alright, so you would do, and this is aggravated, correct? Because of the claws?
Yes.
Okay, so the second attack is completely negated, so needs to soak. On the first one, just needs to soak 2, but it has 6 dice for that.
I should roll the damage right as well.
Yeah, so your strength, your new strength with the werewolf blood, and then I believe the claws are +1, or
then I
is
have
it +2?
2 potence.
Yeah, and then any potence that you have.
Yeah, currently I have potence, so that would be, I have to make a new one for these.
Yeah,
claws,
and remember to add in that you're at net 2 successes.
Yeah, discipline. Just add 2 modifiers. Yeah, net 2, so 4. No, 1 for hitting, so it's +1. 3, and then difficulty 6. Is it anything I missed? Yeah, I should have 1 more for the claws. So
Yeah,
that's
one
right.
more for
So
the claws.
1 for hit, 2 for potence, and yeah, let's see how many. Oh, 3.
Okay, 3, and then...
Oh, it's a 1 there, so it's 4.
Okay, yeah, we ignore
was
1s when it comes to damage. So 4 is what we're looking at, that they have to soak. You claw out at this individual, and you tear into the flesh, but every tear that you create is immediately just sealed. It's not even where you get to see the flesh parted for a few seconds. No, your claws dig into the flesh, and the trail of broken flesh that it's supposed to leave behind just immediately knits behind as you claw into this creature. However, you are lost to the red. Ajala, you see this going on. What is your reaction?
I know what these claws do, correct? From
You have seen Chimeg use them in the past.
yeah.
So you have an idea that these are putting out at really the peak of what vampires can do.
Yeah, so that worries me. Besides that, I thought demons were a fairy tale so far. However, I would like to double check on if I have any recalled knowledge of fairy tales or stories that I read about demons versus vampire, how dangerous these things are supposed to be.
I'm going to ask for you to go ahead and make me an intelligence occult difficulty 8 for the panic of the moment.
Alright. Intelligence occult. Here we go. 1 success. I do have a specialty in rituals, but that's probably
That's
not
unfortunately
flying,
not
yeah.
going to come in here.
So, yeah, no.
No. You in the moment your mind begins to race, and unfortunately you can't really think of anything.
Fuck. I see this missing close, and I do know that I have to sort of act in my own best interest. Cecilia, that thing is stronger than it looks, as in... and I'm gonna take a step back into the alleyway.
Okay.
Looking ridiculously worried and readying myself to potentially flee.
Okay. I would like you to make me a charisma expression.
Oof.
And Cecilia, what is your normal courage rating?
My normal courage rating is 4.
Okay, 4. Do you have any specialties, Ajala?
Nope.
All right. So you
That's
speak
terrible.
out, trying to reach towards Cecilia and break past the hold of the beast that it has upon her, but unfortunately, it seems that your words fall on deaf ears as Cecilia continues in her rage, thoughtlessly. The creature is. I'll be nice. It's going to just try and break Cecilia's arms. So,
That's being nice, people.
let's see here. Do I want to make this a maneuver? I think I want to make this a maneuver to specifically do this. So, it's going to first clinch. So that's strength plus brawl. Strength. So your strength is this.
Do I defend with strength brawl as well?
Yeah, it's gonna be strength brawl versus strength brawl. Five, and then speciality brings that to 7.
Well, she succeeds.
She grabs onto both of your arms, and then she's going to try and break at least one of them to start with. So I'm going to have that be dexterity, melee, and then we're going to take away some dice. Okay. 3 successes. Go ahead and... Oh, 3 successes. So 1 confirmed 2, so go ahead and do damage. Your strength is a 6, and then it's plus 1, so that becomes 7. 10, difficulty 6. And then the net 2 successes brings that to 9 dice. So, all right. Cecilia, resist for me 6 aggravated damage if you can.
I cannot resist aggravated.
Do you not have fortitude?
I don't have fortitude.
Oh, dear God.
I have
So,
armor. I don't know if it helps.
It does not in this instance. So, you watch Ajala as you yell out towards Cecilia to stop. Cecilia seems to not listen as she makes her last claw attack into the beast, and its hands just simply grab on, and then you watch as, with this swift motion, it twists her arms, and you hear this loud snapping, piercing sound as blood and bone begins to jut out of Cecilia's arms.
Is it still holding, Cecilia?
It lets go and then pushes Cecilia back a little bit. It says, now, young one.
Well, what does the beast do to that?
I would like you to go ahead and make me a permanent willpower roll.
Permanent willpower.
Also, how's your health looking?
I am 0 successes.
0
This
successes.
is bad for me. I look really bad. I only have 7 health levels, so.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Cecilia is taken over with an extreme urge to flee. As Cecilia, with your broken arms, you begin to run off into the night, pushing past Ajala. Ajala, what would you like to do?
I'm trying to hop onto the roof and get out of here. As in,
Right.
I'm probably pumping, or at least activating celerity for this, so an extra blood point.
Okay. Strength athletics, add your celerity.
Celerity, wait. I'll roll that first. Strength, athletics. Celerity, 2 points. 2 successes.
2 successes. You leap for the first rooftop available, and you kind of just barely get to the lip of it, catching on, and then pulling yourself up. It slows you down, and in the time that it takes you to get up on the roof, there is this light chuckle from behind you and a whoosh of air. And just as you get to your feet, you watch as the creature lands in front of you.
Look, I don't know
Really?
what got into her.
Well then.
What? As in, you were investigating. She didn't listen. She didn't listen. You were investigating, you said.
Uh-huh. Go on.
So, you are also looking for whoever did the actual murder.
Very perceptive of you. And to think,
I
I
usually
thought
don't
you
catch
were
on
the
quick.
stupid one.
I usually am.
You did handle Duke Ephraim very well, though. I appreciated that. He was a bit of a thorn in the side.
Well,
Now,
congratulations.
I'm going to suggest in this moment that you run along to your friends. Oh, and, give Cecilia my love.
I'll make sure to do. Is there anything you would like us to do in light of the whole investigation?
Well, now we're talking about you possibly joining me in the investigation. Is that something you think that your little leech brain is capable of? Or is the monkey within going to take hold again?
As in, I will not. There might be someone in our group who's more capable of thinking than I am. In that regard,
Yes.
I could talk to them.
Stop stuttering, darling. Think your sentences through. Speak. Calm down. Go.
For the first time meeting a demon, I'm.
Yes, I know. We can be quite invigorating. I will meet you then. How about we say the Weeping Lily?
Weeping Lily.
Yes, tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. Should I tell Cecilia to stay away?
If she can't control her emotions in the future, yes, I would highly suggest it. Otherwise, this incident might become a common occurrence.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Don't worry, darling. I have no intention of killing you children.
Thank you.
Also, you should probably fix your little issue down in the mausoleum. We wouldn't want Boniface finding out about your little order now, would we? She
Shall I
pats
just
you
sit
on the
down?
face, and as she does, you feel this intense burning on your cheek. Go on.
Yes, thank you. And I start backing away. And full on celerity start running over the roofs and jumping away from here.
Her figure just disappears into the night as you're running along. Meanwhile, Cecilia, you're hurt. You're hurt real bad. What's your hunger at?
Did it cost any blood from the beast? How much did
It would have
consume?
cost you a single point of blood to activate the claws. And the beast didn't really have time to do all the fun stuff it wanted to do. So, no, just the point of blood from popping the claws.
Okay, then I am half.
Okay. So, your beast is still in control as you are running off. And unfortunately, the beast prioritizes getting away from danger than going to somewhere smart. Go ahead and roll me a D100, and I'm going to tell you what direction you go in.
Will it use 5 blood and a willpower to heal?
Um,
And a night of sleep.
yeah,
Oh, day of
it's gonna
sleep.
try and do that in the middle in the process of you running. So go ahead and mark that off as slowly but surely you begin to regain control as you make your way through various different alleyways and roads, and eventually you skid into one alleyway and your arms begin to snap back into their normal position, with many of the bones unfortunately still piercing through, but not as horribly broken as they were before. And you recognize where you are. You're in the Jewish Quarter, not too far from Alexis's library. Chimeg, you're done eating the dirt. You quickly try and pick back up the pace and begin making your way in the direction that you saw Cecilia and Ajala run off to. Go ahead and make me a perception awareness, difficulty 7.
I'm also, if I may, telling Batu to try to track Cecilia or Ajala. If she can
Okay.
pick up anything.
Okay. In that case, make a separate roll for Batu. You're looking at 5 dice for Batu, difficulty 6.
Did I have difficulty 6 as well, right?
No, you are difficulty 7. Yeah.
Alright. And did you say awareness or
Yes.
alertness?
Awareness.
Yeah.
Can I invite Shannon yet?
You may.
So,
Oh, okay.
Batu did better.
Okay, in the hustle and bustle and still hearing the yelling voices of the noble behind you, Chimeg, you almost eat dirt again. But luckily, with a bark from Batu, your attention is snapped to her, and then immediately look in the direction that she's looking to see a blur of a figure making its way across the rooftops. Ajala, you would know by this time that you've made it to the area where you lost Chimeg.
I stop and look down if there's any way that I can get down without being too obviously seen.
As you stop, Chimeg, you see Ajala standing on one of the roofs, hidden slightly in some shadows. Looking around, yeah, you could jump down into one of the back alleyways. There's a bit of an abandoned cart that's sort of been broken into spare parts.
Make my way down.
Cassandra, make me a perception alertness.
Perception alertness difficulty 6.
Difficulty 6, yeah.
How long is this since trying to get wherever? I'm asking how long. How long has it been?
It hasn't been that long. It's been maybe 3 minutes in total.
Okay.
Okay, 2 successes. You wouldn't see any Canaanites walking along trying to pick up Ajala and Cecilia's trail. However, as you're walking along trying to figure out where they went, you see this blur of motion and recognize Ajala for a few moments as he heads past you up on the rooftops. And then comes to a stop, and as you look at him, you quickly look down and you can see Chimeg trying to make her way forward.
She'll join them.
Where is Cecilia?
Don't sneak up on me like that.
Sorry.
Jala turns and he almost looks like he's from Western Europe rather than from Africa at this point. He's clearly lost every bit of blood in his face.
What's wrong? Where's Cecilia?
Cecilia went angry. I've not seen her like that before. She attacked it and it attacked back. It nearly tore her arm up and then she ran.
Who?
It's a demon. Actual demon. At least it said it had shark teeth. It was
Where
not
was
pretty.
this?
Don't. They are not.
We can't just leave Cecilia there.
No, I don't remember what. She went in the direction of vaguely the Jewish boss, but I don't know where she's at.
No,
Um,
look and ask around.
Tomorrow, Demon wants to meet us, but only if nobody's gonna go rage against it. Something Lily.
the demon that have been attacking our...
She's been, whatever it is, has been investigating it rather than. They claim not to be responsible. They want the person responsible found. That was scary.
Well, deal with that later. Just show me where you lastly saw Cecilia.
Headed in somewhere and a sort of point where I think Cecilia went.
Okay.
Daylily? I don't remember where they wanted. They wanted to meet in some place.
Cassandra, you would recognize as he's trying to say it. You know that there's an inn that sits near the Greek Catholic Bartishert that you passed by the other day called the Weeping Lily.
Mm-hmm. She'll say that, but quick question. Did Ajala use his supernatural powers, powerful speed in front of where we, what at least last seen, had a lot of fucking mortals walking around?
There's a possibility someone could have spotted him.
He
If they
was
were
taking
looking
back
up.
alleyways.
Cassandra will kind of hiss a little. I understand where you're afraid to happen. And she'll just kind of gesture to the people, please be careful, and...
That's why I stayed in the back alleyways or above them. Less chance of
Let's
being seen.
walk and talk. And she's gonna move towards where Ajala said that he lastly saw Cecilia.
So, any conversation in the search for Cecilia, or are you guys just looking?
Jala's just pulling up a hood and a scarf and just keeping his head down.
Cassandra will say the pub that she thinks sounds like the area he described, and then she'll
I
just
think
ask,
that's what it. I think that's what it said. Yes. We should be careful if we bring Cecilia. As in, I've not seen her this angry before. I think she was really convinced that it was the perpetrator.
Alright, so she pursued it, or what happened?
Cassandra and Chimeg, you don't have to make a roll, but you can see that Ajala is clearly shivering.
How does my cheek look, by the way, where it touched me?
To you, it feels burning hot. To the rest of them, they don't see anything.
Cassandra will kind of like take a scarf off and wrap that around Jala, kind of give it a little rub off his back, and says, "If you feel up to it, knowing as much details as we can might help us prepare, but I understand if you need some time to
It has no face.
stay away from those thoughts."
I should come, I think. It seems rude not to, since I asked it if we could help. It had no face. It took Cecilia's face. Not of her, but copied it. It looks like everyone.
Meanwhile, back in the Jewish quarter, Cecilia, you find yourself in this alleyway. Your body heals a little bit, but for some reason you feel extreme amounts of pain. Lilith would be proud. And then you hear the sound of footsteps in the alleyway.
I asked the question. I remember what happened. The 3 first rounds because of Instinct 3.
Vaguely, yeah. But it's there.
Yes. I turn around to the sound.
You turn around to the sound, and first you hear the voice. An individual speaking in Egyptian quietly to themselves. You try and parse it out, and it sounds like they're reading through verse and chapters of the Quran. And eventually they come around the corner, and you see Gabriel, nose in book, sort of just walking the alleyways.
I wrap my arms in my cloak so it's not visible they are broken. But I'm holding the cloak probably kind of unnatural in front of me.
Okay. He kind of haphazardly just continues walking towards you until he goes to flip the page, and his eyes finally shoot up, and he goes, "Oh, Cecilia, how are you?"
I have been better. What are you doing in the Jewish quarter?
Last I checked, no one owned this particular section of territory.
I'm just a little confused about some movement of your side. Are you here to kill someone?
No, I was heading to my rooftop where I last met Chimek. Did she not tell you? And he closes the Quran and he points with it towards one of the close-by rooftops. And you recognize this place a little bit more. Last time you were here, you were in an alleyway, and Chimek had told you that Canis had been attacked by one of the werewolves.
Isn't that in the Armenian quarter? I'm confused now.
Was it, if that was in the Armenian quarter, that's my bad.
Oh, okay. Maybe Cecilia's confused. Am I in the Armenian quarter?
Sure. So, why are you this far south?
New enemies around every corner brings me here.
Were you heading to the rack? I could join you.
They're full of werewolves there.
Yes, I'm quite aware.
Why are you nice to me? We are at war now.
Just because I have an obligation to eventually defeat you and enslave you until you see the light of Muhammad does not mean I have ill intentions towards you off the battlefield.
I thought that Habiba had already taken this to be a battlefield.
Habiba is very ignorant in that manner, yes. She considers every waking moment a battlefield.
Let's go to the rack then. I'm a
and
bit hurt.
he holds out his arm for you to take it, if you would.
Is it okay if you take my arm instead? And she holds out hers, but she'll have it wrapped in.
Mm-hmm.
But so she holds out so he can put in his arm if he wants to hold it.
Sure.
And
And he kind of tucks his Quran into his left armpit and tightens himself up a little bit, and then wraps himself into your arm. He says, "Well, it's nice to see you. I mean, we haven't really had the chance to talk in the past."
no, we haven't. I had expected our first talk to be a lot different than it is now.
If Rashid had his way, yes, we would be crossing blades right about now, or Habiba would be sneaking up behind us to slit your throat, but normally they don't join me for these walks. They kind of find it pointless.
You seem very calm about all this. Why do you even want the war to happen? Or do you not want it?
I was not a proponent for the war to happen. I believe that while we do have our differences, the Christian faction are still children of the bread. To make war amongst one another is overall pointless. We all worship the same God. We just have slightly different viewpoints. And I believe that over time, with much debate and discussion, perhaps we could either come to an understanding or perhaps even unification. Tell me, you speak as though all you've heard of me is violence and death. What is my reputation amongst the Christians?
I think it's more Habiba's reputation that maybe tarnish yours.
That does make sense. I mean, after all, I was with her for quite a while, so it's only natural that her reputation would be rubbed off as one that coincides with my own, but... And he kind of gives a light smile. I guarantee you we had... most of our relationship was filled with philosophical debates and arguments. It's one of the main excitements, really.
How do you feel about Habiba now?
She is a lost soul, but one that I think with enough time and enough time away from violence might do her good. But it's hard to drag someone who thrusts themselves into it every day to see otherwise. It's about this time that you hit the outskirts of the rack. Sorry, go ahead.
So what if she falls in this war? Will you avenge her?
No. If she falls, it was the will of Muhammad. It is as simple as that. I am not here to take vengeance upon those who, in Habiba's case, were probably only defending themselves. Should they strike myself or my family, that might be a different cause, though, but...
Well, sometimes the best defense is offense. Someone might try to kill her at her quarter before she slits her throat at theirs.
Very true.
I am actually I'm not in favor of this war either. I just
Really?
joined this city and was thrust into it in wartime right away.
Yes, I understand. Something that you really have no vested interest in, that in the long run could gain you something good, but in the short term costs so much. While pain is certainly something that needs to be experienced daily, I don't think that death should be. No one should ever destroy a living mind.
She looks at him and like, that's the words of Lily.
astute. I'm surprised that you are aware. Are you also a philosopher in her study?
Yes.
Hmm.
I have actually been looking for others that might follow her. I've only met so far people who blaspheme her name.
Very understandable. Many can't see the wisdom in studying her teachings, and many are so oblivious to it that they don't even know they exist. So, it's a paradox.
This might sound weird coming from the so-called enemy, but do you have any teaching of Lilith, or know any place in the city?
I know a place. It's not in the city. It's outside of the city. A old temple. It wasn't to Lilith. I'm not entirely sure who it was to. Far into ruins, but beneath its ruins is a small sanctuary. And only a single page from some sort of book or journal. I'm not sure who wrote it, but it does contain words of some of the deeds of Lilith in it.
Did you leave it there, or did you claim it?
I did not risk prying it away from where it has been safe for God knows how long.
Would you share it, where the place is?
Gladly. If you find yourself going out of the city, head north for a day. Head towards the Jordan. And eventually you will come to the mountain ranges. When you get to the mountain ranges, you will see that there is a small valley. When you enter into that valley, there's a small cave system, and if you follow that cave system, eventually it will lead up into the peak of the mountain. When it exits, there's the small temple. Well, it looks like we are here. I myself am no picky eater, but seeing as you are my guest for the evening, what shall we have?
I look around. What kind of people do I see?
You would see, of course, your usual merchants in smaller amount this time around. Quite a few individuals who work in many of the local taverns, inns, and restaurants, making their way around. The hubbub of nobility here and there sprinkled throughout the crowd. And also, you would see a couple of the individuals from the establishment that you first grabbed your first experiment from.
First experiment, alright. I am actually not picky this evening either. Maybe a merchant?
Merchant does sound fine. You see, this one here, he's a Antonio Arribas? I'm not entirely sure, but he's from Iberia. I believe probably from the northwest. He's a bit of a snoot, too. Perhaps him.
Yes, maybe perhaps him. She looks down at her arms that are wrapped in a cloak. I didn't think this through. I don't know if I will be able to persuade him in my current state.
Gives you a smile. I think I can manage that. Give me a few moments. And he makes his way with you over to one of the tables and sits you down. And he talks to one of the individuals going around from one of the taverns and gets some tea brought over to your table, while he makes his way over and begins to have a conversation with this merchant. And you sort of watch as their conversation holds for a few minutes, and eventually he, from a distance, introduces you. Makes a few comments here and there, and you watch as this merchant grows a wide smile, dusts himself off, gets up, and makes his way over, and eventually sits at your table.
While they're gone, while I'm
Mhm.
still wrapped, I want to spend a blood point and start pushing my bones inside the arms and pulling skin over, hiding the complete mess.
Okay. So you begin taking the time, just pushing the bones back in, taking the torn parts of your arm where bones ripped through, and just trying to smooth those out as best as possible. The pain stays, but eventually you do get them looking normal again. And we cut away from you as we make our way to the rest of the group. You've been looking, and you've been looking. You haven't been able to find Cecilia yet.
I don't know where she is. I don't think she was in control. Not when she attacked, not when she ran.
Did she look like herself? Was she climbing rooftops? Or was she on ground floor?
She ran through the street and she was she didn't look like herself.
As in, she changed her appearance, or just that she was
No, the
looks like
sheer...
thunder?
You know that people say that the beast can take over. If it looks like anything, it probably looked like that.
Sure, but on the way that they would have gotten, would they have seen anybody who looked a bit uneasy? Anybody that they could have asked, been like, "Hey, have you seen?"
Sure, go ahead and give me a perception expression.
I don't think they would have just walked straight there. I think at least Cassandra would have been asking pretty much anyone if they saw, like, pretty constantly. What was it? Perception? What? Sorry.
Perception expression. If
I don't remember. Have I even checked? Have I even seen if I got expression?
I'm gonna go check your expression.
Yep, I got two.
Yep.
I've filled in two, yeah.
Yeah, you do have two.
And it's still 6, yeah.
Mm-hmm. 2 successes from Cassandra. You see a few nervous individuals that you quickly make your way over to and talk to, and they tell you about a woman who looked injured and was making her way through, and they seem to be currently trying to form their own small search party to go look for her. She clearly needed a doctor. And
Apart from being injured, able to get more kind of descriptions. That is what.
Yeah, they'd give you like little descriptions here and there about the hair, the eyes, things like that. And eventually, as you talk to roughly about 4 or 5 people in your travels, you go ahead and realize, yeah, this is Cecilia. Eventually, you would come to roughly the area that she was last, or that she was in. When you would talk to a few individuals and be, have you seen this woman? And they go, yeah, but she was going that way. And looked like she was with somebody.
Fantastic. Any ideas what that person looked like?
And they'll start describing the individual. Give me 1 second here. And the individual you're talking to is a older male, maybe in his late 40s, early 50s, scraggly white hair, and has seen years of hard work at some sort of dock. And he says, yeah, the individual, full beard, well kept, didn't look like a local, no, looked like one of those Spaniards, Iberians, I think they're called, yeah, and wore a dark cloak and carried a Quran. Yeah.
Sound
And
familiar
that
to
way,
any of
right?
us.
Sorry, you both said something, what?
Is that familiar to the rest of us? If you hear that.
Okay. Ajala, make me a wits investigation, and then what was Cassandra's question?
I was just gonna double check that way, and then she would toss him like a silver, be like, "Thank you,
Oh, thank you.
thank you for your time, and have a good night, lads."
Go get myself a drink. And he starts wobbling his way off. Okay, how many successes did you get? 2 successes. You haven't seen him in a while, but that's like vaguely Gabriel-ish.
Or if it's vaguely, I'll just think that sounds like Gabriel. Probably not.
I got 4. If I was allowed to roll as well.
Sorry, you got 4. Yeah, no. From what Ajala has told you in the past, that fits the description of what Ajala has described to be Gabriel. And
I met him as well.
you did meet him. Yeah, that's right. You did meet him. So yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, that's Gabriel.
Cassandra kind of smirks and goes, "Oh, so now we're game for making connections with Gabriel. Funny timing. Let's go."
Like,
Connections, isn't
no.
she's probably in danger.
Let's
Where
go.
did it go?
Cassandra's going in the direction she was told.
I'll follow Cassandra.
You all begin to follow Cassandra, growing closer and closer to the rack as you do. Back with Cecilia. How many points of blood would you like to take? 2. Do you have efficient digestion?
Yes.
Okay, so that
No,
goes ahead
wait,
and...
do I?
Ooh.
I must double check how
Okay.
I chose. Yes, I did.
Okay,
Because
so
I
yeah.
changed the other one I had before.
Gotcha. That goes to 3 points of blood for you. And you sort of part with this now woozy, slightly drunk merchant. And Gabriel makes his way back over to you, wiping his chin a little bit, and he says, "Well, that was certainly interesting. Unfortunately, I do have a bit of a meeting to get to. I promised Alexis that we'd go ahead and get through the last 4 chapters of the Quran. And he's sort of one of my few friends left in the city. So I think I should be back to that."
I'm actually gonna head in that direction, actually. I can join you maybe to the Jewish quarter.
Very well. And he says, "Well, if you're up to it." And he reaches out to take your arm again.
Yeah. She's moving more her arms now, so she like places them in.
Mhm.
But she's always feeling this pain, and maybe he can see it, I don't know. But she's trying to mask it.
Sure. Give me appearance subterfuge. Because I believe appearance is a thing. Yeah, it is.
Yes, that was
We finally get to use appearance. Woo!
yeah, not so often. Pair subterfuge, a role
Mhm.
I haven't had. Hide pain, I will name this thing.
Okay, one
Maybe I don't
success.
get wound penalties. I should probably get wound penalties.
Yeah,
because-
you should, yeah.
So I have 1 success
that.
now with my 1 die I have left.
You're grimacing more than you want to, but overall, you're holding in a lot of the pain. But you begin to make your way out of the rack, and just as you get to the edge of the rack, you would notice a flash of movement coming from one of the alleyways. Sort of on high alert already because you've been attacked by you attacked a werewolf previously in this territory, and you've had other interesting encounters. Your eyes drift over that way to see Cassandra, Chimag, and Ajala quickly scanning the crowd looking for you.
Do they look like they've seen me?
Not yet, no. The
I'm
rest
gonna
of
do
you,
that.
go ahead and make me perception alertness. Difficulty 6. Sorry, go ahead, Cecilia.
She would continue on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then, Cassandra, do you have a speciality for that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, good.
I don't know
Good
if
to
I
know.
have any specialities.
Good to know. Okay. So, Cassandra, you're the last to see them, but Chimeg and Ajala, you would catch the two of them making their way towards one of the alleyways back in the direction of the Jewish Quarter.
There they are.
G-Meg is booking that way instantly. She thinks
G-Meg.
that Cecilia is in danger.
You can see that.
You're on a shout after her.
Yeah, Chimeg, you do notice that Gabriel's free hand is wrapped tightly in Cecilia's arm. So, after taking a few steps into the alleyway, Chimeg comes skidding up behind the two of you. And Gabriel sort of just turns and goes, "Ah, there you are. Welcome."
Leave her alone.
Chimeg?
I'm sorry?
It's okay. I am fine.
Oh, no, I'm not holding your friend hostage. No, that's not what's going on. Come on, you should know me a little better than that.
Should I?
I don't know.
Are you are you fine, Cecilia?
I wouldn't say fine, but nothing compared to. Nothing against Gabriel here.
Ajala, you arrive.
Sandra's
What?
probably in front of me.
Oh, in that case, Cassandra, you'd get there first. And then Ajala a couple of steps behind. Oh, well, the
When
whole
she
gang's
sees-
here.
When she sees Ayala, she just locks eyes with him for like this brief moment, and there's a flash of something, and then she looks away and says, "I will just," and looks back to Chimeg and smiles and be like, I'm just gonna take some moments for myself to recuperate and embrace the pain I'm under at the moment."
Did Ajala recognize what that flash of something was?
It looked a bit like anger or something like that.
Ajala just doesn't understand why she's angry.
You had us worried, you know?
Oh, I was worried myself, but I am fine now. I
I'm
just ate
sorry I
them.
wasn't there.
Perhaps I missed something. I apologize. Should I step away for a few moments so you can talk
No,
amongst one
it sounds
another?
like. I'm guessing you want to enjoy your work, your walk together, and well, where should us three catch you up then, Cecilia?
Well, as long as Cecilia is all right with it, you're more than welcome to join us. We were going to head over to Alexis. I was going to finish the reading the Quran with him. But I feel like I've stepped in, as some might say, a pile of shit, and don't realize it. So you're more than welcome to take a few moments to yourselves, and I can meet you there.
You said you wanted a moment though, Cecilia. Do you want us to join you, or do you want to explore your pain? Was it? Just let us know what time we should regroup, as it were.
I will see you tomorrow. She says to the group, not to him.
You don't think sooner? A little bit before that would be wise.
I don't think that the plans that I had made can be done quicker now, as I have been unfortunately delayed. I think this is silly. Alright, Gabriel, I will see you later. Have a
Very
nice
well.
evening.
It was a pleasure having a walk with you. To the rest of you, have a good evening. And he turns on his heel and begins making his way further into the alleyway. Cassandra, you wanted to say something?
Cassandra would have wanted to ask if he does, because he said about reading. Did he mention just going to Alexis, or did he mention reading?
Yeah, he said
Quran
he's
with Alexis?
going to Alexis's to read the Quran. Yeah.
She'd ask, do you ever do public readings?
Oh. Not so much. Sometimes I like to sit on my rooftop and read to myself, but I haven't found myself in a position where I've wanted to hold sermons, as it were, in public. No, but it certainly is an interesting idea.
I'm guessing I've had a bit of a, not so much a crisis, just a little bit lost in my faith since this new chapter in my life, and I'd like to learn more.
I understand. Well, perhaps we can speak on that later. Either way, it was a pleasure. I apologize. I'm not entirely familiar with your
I
face.
should be the one who is apologizing. Oh, sorry, he said something else. Okay, he didn't look at Cecilia. Sorry, she didn't say anything then.
I'm not entirely known to your face. My name is Gabriel. Gabriel Chavez.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Gabriel.
And you?
Oh, sorry. My name is Cassandra.
Cassandra. It's a beautiful name. Hopefully, we get to have future conversations. Chimek, it was a pleasure once again. I hope your flights have been well. And Ajala, I hope your training has been going well as well. And keep an eye out for Habiba. I'm sure she's out there somewhere.
I am sorry for going bangs in.
No. It's fine. It's fine. I understand. With the tension the way it is, I'm sure Habiba has managed to step on someone's toes recently, and that's sort of raised everyone's hackles, as it were. So I apologize on her behalf, but
You can visually see Jala's eyes sort of roll the moment that he says that.
Yeah.
either way, I'm talking too much and not making enough movements to head away.
Oh,
so.
it's you just had a point about Habiba.
Cecilia, perhaps we can walk another time. And he sort of gives you all a light bow and turns on his heels and walks off.
What just happened?
I spoke with our enemy in a state where he would not harm me.
This is what baffles me, as in this evening is too much.
I am
What's
having a
happened?
hard time thinking right now as I'm in extreme pain. I am
Why did you get
as
so
close
angry?
to death as you can come, probably.
Let's get you somewhere safe then.
But
Sorry,
where
I
is
wasn't
safety?
there.
Currently, I don't know where safety is.
Well, maybe.
I feel a bit reluctant to not be alone at the moment, as I feel underlying all the pain, of course. I also feel betrayed, so that's mental pain as well.
I tried to be there.
Oh, it's not you
Why?
that betrayed me. And she looks at Adjala.
Why did I betray you? You flew into a fight with that creature, and you didn't. Its wounds closed the moment you touched him, as in it did nothing. Why did you
Oh.
go into that rage?
You mean when you enter a fight, you probably cannot win, and still would not help?
I
know,
tried
like
to
you went
stop
in.
you. I called you away from him.
Oh,
You didn't
I bet you
listen.
held me back. I bet you really pulled at me to be in the way.
I didn't have much of a chance.
This is the
Jala thinks
second time you betrayed
incredibly
me, Jala.
highly. Second time.
There will not be a third time.
How
Okay,
was that betrayal?
Cassandra's going to do her truthy thing to Ajala and ask, have you ever deliberately gone against Cecilia.
Yes, and I've told her as well.
Okay. Was this one of those times?
No.
Ajala thinks really highly of you.
I think he thinks highly of himself and his own needs than about me or anyone else. Isn't that right, Adjala? Isn't that why you consumed that soul and pretended it was broken?
Consume that to protect all of us. And because, okay, I wanted to know what it felt like, but it is for all of our protection.
How was that in
How
our
public
protection?
are we?
You're in a back alleyway, halfway on your way to Alexis's library. Luckily enough, the streets are maybe another 2 or 3 turns around the corner away in either direction. Looking around, Chimeg and Cassandra, you both can give me perception awareness to see if you spot anyone, as I think both Cecilia and Ajala are more focused on the conversation that they're having to really be focused on
Jala
others.
would mind his tongue if they were too public, then he wouldn't speak out.
Yeah.
Well, perception. Was it awareness or
Awareness, not alertness. Yeah. Difficulty 6.
I'm going to spend willpower on this.
Okay. No one immediately comes to sight or anything like that for either of you, even Chimeg with your 2 successes from the eye for details. So probably as private as you can get in the streets currently.
But still, okay. Yeah, because I'm just going to very quietly say there are already rumors of an amaranth having been done by this coterie. Are you aware?
Amaranth? What do you mean?
Eating a soul, whatever you want to call it.
Oh.
There are already rumors.
I didn't say those words, though.
Well, you said consuming.
There can be many people you consume. Maybe my best friend. Doesn't matter. Did it feel like you were protecting us when I took the life boon on me to protect you from being hunted by Tremere to the world's end?
No, it did not. And I actually went to Mara to try and take it over from you, but she told me not to.
Oh,
because you
another blunder behind my back then, instead of talking
Because she
to me.
told me that in your protection, I shouldn't take it on myself. Because you would not want that.
No, because I was willing to lose my life to protect us. But you are not willing to lose your life for me.
You can't
And
blame
you're
me for
not
the
even
instinct for
willing
survival.
to defend. What do you know about the enemy? Have you ever had a fight with someone and you got beaten and still you were able to defeat him?
When we were jumped by the werewolves, Ajala told me to run. When I was fucked up beyond by Habiba, and he took that upon himself. He's no coward.
Oops.
I wasn't there, so I can't know the situation around it. I know that I was alone there, and he didn't even try to pull me away or anything. He just said no, and then watched as this being ripped my arms apart.
I was frightened for my life and you ran before I had the chance to pull you off.
So brave, Adjala, so brave.
Can't believe we're discussing this. I see that you're in pain and I really understand why. So perhaps we should have this conversation once your mind is cleared from that pain.
Can we get you anything to help you heal?
I don't know. Somehow my mind feels clearer than ever before. Maybe I made a lot of mistakes this whole way around. And she looks away.
that can be said of all of us, including me. I'm
Sorry to
not
interrupt.
going to.
Chime, can you have me a perception alertness for Batu? Sorry, go ahead. Keep going.
If anything,
5 die?
I'm more than.
Yeah, it's 5 die.
If anything, I'm more than willing to owe up to the fact that I've been blundering and blustering around, and it is indeed time to change something about that because it's not helping any of us. And I'm aware of that. But I did not betray you just now.
You didn't trust my judgment.
No, I didn't trust your judgment when you became angry like that, as in, I've not seen you like that before.
Why do you think I did that? As you never seen me that before.
I don't know. You had me completely surprised.
I think in that moment we had one chance alone, to not be hunted to the end of our days by this thing.
It's not hunting us.
Oh, so you trust it now? when
No,
it's been
I
its
don't.
lies? Well, how do you know it's not hunting us then?
Can't know. Here's the thing, you're well aware that I'm not exactly... This is why I usually follow you rather than... And at least I try to follow you rather than taking the lead, because I know I do stupid things.
Well, it did lie in my face about it not being the one who came from that room dressed as Hakan, saying it can take any form. That doesn't explain why it specifically chose those forms we saw. Why Hakan at that moment? There was no other reason than it was a recent shape or something like that. I don't know the rules of its power. But it's not gonna get away with saying it's a fluke. And that means it's after us or something of us, maybe someone of us. And I was ready to die there trying to kill it, to protect us, every one of us. But you betrayed me, and
I
you
did
stopped.
not know your plan.
That's why you maybe should have fought instead of laying over like a lapdog.
What plan? To die and have no information, to leave our coterie down its leader, and not gain anything from it.
We cornered it when it didn't want to be cornered. How do you think we're ever gonna get a chance like that again?
It certainly didn't look like that.
Well,
Oh.
actually, as we might have another chance. Right, Ajala?
It is coming to the Weeping Lily tomorrow night
Why?
to speak.
Why?
Because it wants whoever murdered that girl, according to what it said.
I don't know. Did it hold you prisoner and told you this? What happened?
It was before me, before I could flee. It blocked my path.
And it just said, "Meet me at the Weeping Lily."
No. It decided that I was to stay alive, so I asked it for what. And it mentioned that it wanted to know who was behind the murders. And in my fear, I mentioned that we're after the same. I asked if we are after the same, and it wishes to speak. It went really fast, Cecilia. We were in that alley for less than a few seconds.
We need to leave city. This is too... It can't... I need to rest. I can't... I just have... And she like turns around and starts to walk. But she's like
Listen.
stappling. She's not having a steady walk pace.
I think
Imig
we
is
all
gonna
Come
know
move
on.
that.
up and try to stable her. He lets her.
She will not fight it.
How about if you can decide if you want to come with us or not, but I think we should go and speak to it. Find out if it's lying or not. If it is,
If you go and
find a way to
speak,
subdue it.
I will leave
but-
the city. I might leave anyway. I
There's
can
a
feel
box.
it burning in me.
Perhaps we can. Who was it Mara said had a library that would have information about demons? Do we still think it's a demon?
Said it was a demon. And
Whose
to be
library did
fair,
Mara say?
I'm not inclined to not believe that part.
Can we at least move from here before we get werewolves on our tail as well?
It is trying to move.
Why don't we do some reading before the night is over, rest, and then those of us who can and not able to speak of it tomorrow.
What direction are you moving in?
Northeast.
Okay. Gotcha. Are you gonna circle? So, you guys are essentially on the very edge of the blue line of the rack. Because he was heading towards the Jewish quarter with Cecilia earlier. So you guys want to cut back through the rack and start heading back to the Christian quarter?
Cassandra is trying to ask if we want to go to it was Alexis's library that has demonology books, right?
Mhm.
Cassandra will go on her own if they give her directions.
She will
But
go
that's where
north.
she suggests everyone goes.
Cecilia will go north.
Okay.
In this. So I saw northeast, not west. So, but she's going
Gotcha.
north. So it was more
many
to the
hours-
east than I thought.
How many hours are still left in the night?
Looking up into the sky, you're not Chimeg, so you don't have the power. But you'd estimate you probably have another 4-ish hours.
We don't have extreme amounts of time left tonight.
Well, it's enough time to grab books if we're allowed to peruse our library and then head back. We don't have to read them there.
I'm gonna ask Celia if she still wants to go to Alexis's.
I was not heading there, but I can go there.
If not, we could
But
also.
no
get
one
you to
should
rest.
see the demon. No one should meet with it tomorrow. Don't you understand? The less contact, the better.
Maybe we should kill it.
Yes, if we can, but we will not get another moment. Now it. I don't.
So, talk to it as much as we can, find out if it's telling the truth or lying, and then.
No, it will lie. It will corrupt. It will hurt us.
Okay. Well, you're forgetting. Okay, lie to me. Tell me some lies now.
What?
Lie to me. Can be something random. Favorite color. Doesn't have to be anything deep.
I'm not in pain right now.
You all watch as Cassandra's nose begins to bleed.
And should have spoke to the other two. Just give you some random truths and a random lie. Any order of that. So I'm not faking it.
Jala will look at Cassandra. I just betrayed Cecilia.
The bleeding does
I guess
not. The bleeding does not continue.
Earlier, though, when I said that I didn't betray her, did it bleed?
Yeah, I said whatever. Like it depends on if you out of character if you think it's. A
If
lie.
you think it is a lie, yes.
Jala doesn't think it's a lie. You know, as in, Jala thinks he did what he could in the time he had.
Which is
There
why
you
I
go,
didn't
so
suggest that it did bleed. But continue
So
on.
it's
Sorry.
it's stopped.
What does that even mean? Is that power all powerful? It can go through everything. Do you even know what it can do?
It's not filled me out. Out of character, I know that we haven't done it as a scene yet, but I did say that she would have seen if it works with half truths.
Yeah, you saw if it worked with half truths, and it does not work with half truths. No.
Okay, she'll just say that it doesn't work with, half truths, but straight out lies. So, if somebody tries to pepper their answer, I'll just ask again, and until I make them answer a yes or no question, if they try it that way.
I still
not too-
think this is the wrong way to do it.
But
What
let's
does it
say,
matter?
okay, let's say if we kill this demon and more murders happen, then we've just shot ourselves in the foot. She
Well,
wouldn't say
kill
that.
the
She'd say
demon.
the Dark Ages version. Well done, we killed a demon, but there's
No,
still
you
something
could
else
still
really
shoot
different.
yourself in the foot in the Dark Ages, technically.
Okay, I don't know. A good point.
Drop your
Robert.
dagger in your
Let's
foot.
just say,
Yeah.
but let's say this thing that's doing this is even worse than a demon. And if this demon didn't do it, and Ose wants to hunt after this thing, maybe it could help us, and then we could, I don't know, kill it, banish it, whatever. Let's do some research and read some books. Just saying, just in case it ain't. But if we talk to it and it's lying and it did the things, absolutely go kill it. Monroe
don't-
group.
I
When we
don't
have a better
want to
chance.
kill it. I just don't want to interact with it.
Quick
I
question.
don't think
what,
we will get
Then
the
you don't
moment
have
to kill it.
It. Okay, keep going. Sorry.
So what was that, Chimek?
what does Chimig know of demons? Like, what's the stories she?
Sure, you can
What,
make me.
what is demons to her?
Make me a wits occult.
I don't have a
but
cult. I do have theology.
actually, either wits theology or wits hearth wisdom, for possible stories that you may have heard around the campfire.
Both in one, but I think she would pay more attention to the stories around the campfire.
Okay, so
Let's
wits
go with
hearth
that.
wisdom. All right. Difficulty 6.
As the conversation is going on, Ajala also sort of keeps eyes out to make sure they're not overheard.
160. Chimeg, you, with your memory being in the state that it is, you can't recall much, but you faintly remember that there were stories about supernatural creatures that some referred to as demons and that others referred to as just dark spirits. But you can't place your mind on an exact story at the moment.
She will be quick.
Cecilia will say, don't you know from all the stories that they are master at deceit? They can probably make it look like you didn't bleed when you did bleed. It can maybe make you bleed when you don't want it to. It won't
Isn't the
matter.
exact same
Not-
thing told
nothing.
about us?
What? No.
I thought we were the demons before we met this thing.
Well, you have not read the Bible enough.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think that is the greatest source of correct information anymore, whatever we turned into this.
When
I
it
still
comes
have
to
eyes
aliens
out, by
and
the way.
demons, I think it's pretty much more accurate than anything else we have.
Can't say that I know.
I just want to go, be alone and pray. That's what I want to do. Pray that it leaves us alone.
Should we bring you somewhere?
I was going to go to my cellar in the brewery where no one would be, so I can be there.
Are we anywhere close to that yet?
You guys, you'd have to shoot a little off course, but yeah, you could make it to the brewery fairly easily.
That is where I'm heading.
Yeah. Well, there was discussion of you guys possibly going
Yeah,
to the
that was
library,
true.
so I assume that you guys
Cassandra
kind
still
of
is.
wavered.
Cassandra still is going to be like, hey, can you give me directions to Alexis's library then?
Drop Cecilia off at her place and then we can...
Let's
Unless
go.
you want to split up.
I will follow you to Alexis and let you off there.
You sure that's a good idea?
I'm sure. Stop caring about my well-being now. Okay, I
Good
must
job,
embrace the pain. Do not be angered by it. Be calm by it. And she like squeezes her arm a bit. And you can see that she's like trying to hold in something in her face, but she keeps moving forward.
Yeah.
Sorry
Following
for my
Cassandra in that
outburst.
case.
It was not meant to scream. I'm just very frustrated by everything right now.
Right. Cassandra, do you know the way to Alexis? No.
No, that's why I'm asking.
I'll take lead in that case. Still got eyes out for, because the entire way I do keep in mind that we're in the street, so I want to keep eyes out constantly. Like, are we overheard? Because to
Keeping
stop
a
us
keen
when,
eye, you all begin making your way towards Alexis's tea shop and butchery. And eventually you would see just down the street it come into view. And as it does come into view, we're going to go ahead and take our first break. We'll be right back. See you soon, folks. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Children of the Cup. Let's get back into this story, shall we? All right. Picking things back up, you guys can see the tea leaf and pork sign that is Alexis's tea shop / butchery / library / fighting ring.
Which makes all the sense in the world.
Mhm.
Right
As
then.
we come up to the building, Cecilia will say, please tell me you want to go and see this thing tomorrow. She looks mostly at Yala when she says this. But she like flickers to all of you.
I intend to, whether anyone wishes to come with or not.
Why? Why can't you just trust me that this is a bad idea?
Oh, it's a bad idea, all right, now I know.
And why?
What
It's the only
option-
way we're going to get answers.
But it's gonna be...
We can
those
bring our
answers
own
cannot be
answers?
trusted.
We're already getting our own answers.
Sure. Well, I'm gonna go and find stuff out. If you want to hear what I learned, or wait until half of your rack ends up with puncture wounds in them. Up to you guys.
What?
I want to find answers, and I'm going to do it. Or if you want to just, for somebody who cares so much about action, it seems you're quite content in waiting for more people to die like Elizabeth. But
I am perfectly fine with going there to kill him. Other than that,
I don't think.
let's
that
find
maybe-
some answers first, and then, if it's lying to us, then we'll kill them. Okay? And let's see if we
couldn't
can find a
believe
way
it.
to
Off the top
hold
of my
them.
head to
Trap
heard this
them.
much.
I don't know anything about these creatures. Seems like you.
Hence
No.
the library.
Then go find your answers.
Yeah.
Oh,
On
oh.
that note, does Cassandra have any etiquette?
Ooh, that is a good question. I believe your etiquette is 1. I'm gonna double check. No, your etiquette is 2.
Ooh, 2. Good. Okay, so what do I call a sheriff? Is it just sheriff, what their name? Is there any other way? Do you curtsy, do you bow? What's polite?
The normal procedures. Well, normally you run into the sheriff when the sheriff is next to the prince, so of course there's bowing and things like that.
Right.
But when you go to see a sheriff by themselves, there is an air of respect that you usually are expected to have. Perhaps a
Right.
curtsy and an acknowledgement of their entitlement, and also watching what you say is to be expected. But no specific, almost ritualistic things need to take place beyond those.
So it's just their title is only sheriff. There isn't another fancy word instead.
Correct.
Beautiful.
Whether or not the person who is sheriff holds titles outside of that is entirely dependent on the situation.
And has Bart described what Alexis looks like?
Yeah, I'm sure he would have described it at one point or another.
Okay. Again, I hope that's just enough to go on, and I don't just randomly refer to his call as sheriff. Yeah, she'll go to knock and go inside, unless somebody else wants to take the lead.
Yeah,
I'm going with
Cecilia
it.
will
to
just
Alex.
say, yes, ask for tea and Alexis at the front desk.
Thank you.
Who would be the first to step through the door?
She says something under her breath, but then she walks out. She walks away.
Could I hear what that was?
Well, you have to do perception alertness. I
Yeah,
guess.
perception alertness. Under the
I will
breath,
roll.
difficulty 7. Unless you want to do it opposed.
Let's just take difficulty 7.
Perception alertness is the same as awareness. Difficulty 7.
Ajala hears all the things.
Yeah.
She-Meg, you hear the first word, and that's about it.
7.
You hear the word she, Shimeg, before she breaks down the even lower. And you hear, Adiala, that she says this. And I will type it to you.
It's an idea.
And I will also type it to the DM.
Okay. I eagerly await for your texts. Is this going to be on Discord or Roll20?
I will do it on Discord.
Okay.
But you can type it in DM notes, I guess, if you want people in the chat to see
Gotcha.
that are looking on the stream.
Would I take away from this who this is about? I'm thinking it's not about the demon.
I'm looking away as I'm saying
Yeah.
it, so I don't know. You have to do
Surrounded
your
by a
own-
lot of individuals who could fit the description easily. Unfortunately, it's too miscellaneous.
She's saying it to herself. She doesn't see it to convey the message to any of you, so
Yeah.
she wouldn't hint to what it is.
Okay, Jala will take his thing about that. The first word was she.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you get the message?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, great.
All right.
So,
And
Focus
she may
on
heard
her.
that word.
I apologize. I did blank on who was the first through the door. My bad.
Shimei
Before
will
they do
say-
go in.
Yeah.
I-
Shimei will just say that I'll stay with Cecilia and follow after her.
Okay.
Make sure that she's not alone with Alexis or the dog. Well, Kerberos and I.
Before she make
Lucius,
Goes.
thank you very much.
But-
Sorry?
Never
You
mind.
said Cerberus. I said Lucius. It has a name. And
Yeah.
with that, Ajala and Cassandra, you enter into the tea shop butchery, and you come to a familiar scene. Ajala, Cassandra, for the first time, you kind of see this. There's a hubbub of about 4 individuals of really no importance who are sort of shopping around, looking at the various different cuts of meat that are on display. As you see a individual in butcher's clothing sort of talking over with the various individuals and having a rudimentary scale set up where he's currently weighing a few things. Behind him, you can see that there is a metal door that leads somewhere. But beyond that, he is surrounded by various different animals, whether they be local venison or pork. And on the other side of this rather butcheresque room, there seems to be a heavily reinforced door lined with gold that sits on the other side of the room. He quickly glances over past the customer that he's working with and looks at you, Ajala, first, not really first taking eyes to Cassandra, and motions to the individual that he's with to take a moment of their time. Says, "Yes."
Quick detail. I do think that Cassandra was cut off somewhere. The mic was.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was trying to say something to Chimeg like several times over. I gave up.
I got you. Well,
It's
go ahead and
whatever.
say it
Too
now.
late. Moments passed.
All right,
Moments
moments
passed.
passed.
Just continue.
Okay. I'll wave the attention towards Cassandra, since she was also told how to just a bit earlier, and I figured it's her time to introduce herself.
His eyes drift over to the woman beside you and look. Take a brief glance over Cassandra. I do not recognize you. What is it that you want?
Out of character, who was this? I was trying to figure.
So this
stuff
is the
out.
butcher. You don't recognize him. He's a man in his late 30s, early 40s, sort of raggedy, shuffled hair, currently in butcher's garbs with a few dry patches of blood in the apron that he wears. He has a few customers that he's dealing with, and he's currently weighing some form of meat on a scale. But he is the person at the front desk, as it were. And he looked over to Ajala at first, trying to find out what Ajala needed, and then Ajala pointed towards you. When his eyes drifted towards you, he said what he said.
Good evening. She'll just kind of bow her head. Just here for some tea and Alexis.
Ah.
She just looks over to like Jarlath if that's the right thing to say.
Yes, give me a moment. And he turns. Yeah, he turns towards the woman, and they begin to wrap up the transaction that they were going through. You watch as a few silver are slid over the counter, and he carefully wraps the meats that the woman had purchased. And as she heads out the door, he goes ahead and dusts his hands off on his apron, comes around the counter, and motions to the other customers to wait for a moment before knocking on the heavily reinforced gold-lined door. Before walking away from it and going back towards the counter and simply waving his hand from you to the door itself that he knocked on.
We'll open it.
Thank you. She'll ask him his name as well when she goes past him through.
Unimportant. That is my name to you. Ajala goes ahead and opens the door, you said?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just a bit distracted.
Someone
Neighbors
breaking
are
into
being
your house?
really
Oh.
loud. Very awkward way. I hear a woman
That's,
in a way that I prefer not to hear women.
It's fine. Fortunately, we cannot hear it, so.
Yeah, be happy.
As the brothel nearby begins to produce a number of interesting sounds, Ajala freezes at the door for a few moments before finally turning back to the task at hand.
After you.
She
So
goes on board
Cassandra.
and
Sorry.
she'll also slip a silver and just kind of quietly say to the butcher, no such thing as unimportant, and then she'll go on through to the gold leaf door.
Cassandra, as you step through the door, what you would immediately be greeted by is a wonderful tiled room that has around 12 highly decorative pillows that sit in a large circle around a wooden table with a massive hookah with 6 different of its extensions coming from it. There is no one currently sitting in most of the pillows. However, you would see the visage of one Alexis sitting down in one of the pillows, sort of just smoking away, and it looks like he just finished something and was gathering himself together. Oh. His eyes shift from you, Cassandra, to Ajala, and he goes, "Ah, welcome. How may I help our young coterie?"
Evening, Alexis.
Good evening.
This is Cassandra.
She'll bow
Cassandra.
and give a bit of a curtsy. Good
Pleasure to
evening,
meet you,
Sheriff.
Cassandra. We're not so formal around here. I appreciate the attempt, though. You may just simply call me Alexis or Simulcata. Ajala. Usually you're here for either readings, or because something bad has happened, or because you want to arrange a fight. Which of the 3 are you here for?
The first 2 are correct currently. In
Very
all
well.
honesty, I'll close the door. The fight will have to wait a bit and need some time to recover.
Well, I should warn you, I do have a guest. It appears that Gabriel has come by, and we're to finish reading the Quran today. However, he is currently out retrieving some refreshments for the evening. I don't know if that is of any concern to you when it comes to time and being where you are. If there are any open hostilities between your group and him.
Apparently not, so I'll half chuckle at the idea.
Good to hear. And you can see Ajala, he's sort of putting on that I talk faster and I don't have as many of my usual tics face. So, access to my library.
That would be fantastic.
Very well. He goes ahead and stands, dusts himself off, reaches towards a small bookshelf that's sat behind him, and pulls on one of the books to reveal a sliding trapped door. Of course, for Ajala, the familiar appears before you, but for Cassandra, you see for the first time a staircase that leads down into a dark, stony stairwell. Yeah, that's really kind of the only way I can describe it. Not lit at all, and appears to have the lightest signs of a few cobwebs up at the top ceiling of this stairwell. He says, well, in you go. And be sure to feed Lucius. He's a little late on his usual snack, so.
Right. Good to know. And I'll head down the stairs, this time making sure that I go in first.
Yes. Saying it loud enough so that Ajala can hear, Alexis sort of turns towards you, Cassandra, and says, Cassandra, it is a pleasure to meet you. But I assume that your friend is in a bit of a hurry for seeking this knowledge, whatever it may be, so I'm sure that we will have plenty of
Right.
time to exchange pleasantries.
Very much so. Is other order of books very clearly marked out?
You would see that the order of books on this particular shelf is a lot of books regarding the life and mythology surrounding Alexander the Great.
It was actually a spoken question to Alexis. So, like, when we're down there,
Oh, fantastic.
is everything like marked out, or am I gonna have to run upstairs and ask you? I wouldn't want to interrupt you.
I believe that Ajala has become very familiar with my filing system, and his eyes glance over towards Ajala. Correct?
His
Cassandra very quickly says we might need a refresher.
I see. Well, then follow me. And he waits as Ajala, you begin heading down the stairs, and he goes ahead and follows along. Eventually, you come to a familiar doorway, which quickly you open. And
right for the chest it burns.
immediately, Ajala breaks to the left of the doorway, Cassandra. You see, you hear the lifting of the lid of a chest, and you hear a growl off in the distance in a room that has no light immediately. But as you enter in, you can tell that you've entered into a large space. Do you have any sort of dark vision or anything like that? Eyes of the Beast?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So your perspective would just be you can hazily make out the form of Ajala next to you, some sort of chest or something like that sits at his feet, and there is the light appearance of bony various different items inside this chest. You can also tell just barely that a few feet in front of you there are quite a few bookshelves, and straight ahead past what you can barely make out to be somewhat of a circular table, you see a set of glowing eyes, 3 pairs of glowing red eyes in the darkness. A quick motion comes from Ajala's direction, and you look over just in enough time to hear the clattering of what sounds like bone against stone. And there is the growling stops as the sound of teeth scratching against bone begins in the distance. Alexis kind of pushes past you, Cassandra, and says, I apologize, I didn't expect people to be coming to the library, so I didn't think to light it. Makes his way over and begins to light one of the braziers.
Thank you. Are we able to take these books home for a night or two?
That would be fine, yes, as long as you promise to return them. The first brazier is lit,
Absolutely.
and as the light begins to fill the room, your eyes take a few moments to adjust, Cassandra, but you see a small study table not too far from the brazier with a few chairs around it and dozens of bookshelves that span out into the darkness before you. The source of the eyes that you saw earlier seems to be a large, mutated, horrifying-looking dog. 3 separate different heads are all stitched and attached to one creature that is on size scale that of a mastiff, and several sharp bones jut out like spikes all along its body.
She would audibly gasp as she kind of puts a hand to her mouth, but It's kind of recoiling, but there is kind of like that curious excitement. I kind of expected to see it, but she would just, under her gasp, go, "That's sorry."
Yes, I apologize. Lucius, Cassandra, Lucius. And Lucius does not look up from the bone that he is happily devouring on. And it's at this point that you realize the bone that he is devouring seems to be a large femur of a human. Well, in particular, what field of research are we looking for this night?
Sandra would look to Ajala if he wants to say it, or if he is giving her a look like "Don't say."
If you look at Ajala for the answer, he will just say demons.
Interesting.
Demons.
Demons, demonology. The worship or the existence of?
Existence, identifying different types, maybe potentially other, how to not deal with them, maybe hold them. I think identifying first would be best port of call, and then go.
Unfortunately, I don't have any books when it comes to controlling them. I did perchance run across one of the original copies of the Bible, which has such verses and texts, but it is not in my possession.
Is there anything that you remember, though?
Vaguely, I apologize. I do have a few books regarding Solomon, and I believe there are some various different enchantments in there that could possibly work, but I think you would need the help of a very powerful Tremere to pull off what I vaguely remember from those books.
You say they are worshipped.
Very much so. If memory serves me, and he picks up a torch from the brazier that he lits and he begins to walk through the room to go and light the others. As he does, you can see, Cassandra, that the row of books almost seems endless as he continues along one of the rows until eventually, past the 40th bookshelf, he finally lights another brazier, lighting up another portion of the room, only to reveal that there are bookshelves along the walls as well, further in, that are sort of built into the walls. There is no sign of clear marking whatsoever on any of these shelves, but from the shelves that are immediately near you, you can see they are meticulously organized, either depending on what the subject seems to be, and it seems that you're closest to what looks like what is considered history at this point, not ancient history. The history section seems to be organized by year, or years that it covers. Another section that you see is people of import nearby that, and you can see that that is organized by name. So on and so forth as you look at the various different bookshelves. Depending on what the books are regarding, depends on how it's organized. He continues along, picking up his voice as he goes. I don't... Like I said, it's been some time. Are you sure that you seek to control one of these creatures?
Well, keep it in place, but depending on... You said it named itself as a demon? I didn't see it, apart from knowing it can at least change its appearance. Jalo is certainly more aware of its abilities than I.
It had no face, it had no eyes, eyebrows, no lips, no nothing. It did manage to make a mouth appear out of nowhere, and it was just rows and rows and rows of fangs, as in more fangs in there than I can even imagine in the small size where the mouth can be.
From across the room, as another brazier lights in the far corner, you hear Alexis chime up, that sounds like perhaps you ran into, if memory serves me correct, that is, perhaps Rabasu, a devourer. They are the most violent of their kind, if memory serves me correct.
Yeah, he demonstrated that. Or she, or it, whatever it was.
Rabasu. Okay. What else do you know of it?
Finally, Alexis
Okay.
makes his way around to now the opposite side of where you all are and lights the final brazier, showing you that this enormous room that is one massive library. Puts the torch away after snuffing it out and says, my memory is a bit hazy on them. It was only a passing interest, so I apologize. Let me go ahead and get the books that you seek. They should be in Section 7. And he begins heading through the various different shelves until eventually he arrives somewhere roughly in the middle of the dozens of shelves around him, and goes ahead and says, I have here, yes, the works of Solomon, and a few of the recorded rituals used. I have that available. Continues to look around. Goes to a different shelf and says, the various different sects, or as it's sometimes referred to as houses, and he continues to look around for a little bit. I also have one on the factions.
Is it more likely for Rabasu to come here of their own accord, of their own means, or?
Sure. He picks one of the books up and he begins looking through it and goes, oh, no, it's not Rabasu, it's Rabisu. Rabisu. My apologies. It's been, at least 20 years since I looked at this. Looking at this, starts reading through it. It doesn't really go into, well, they are sort of the warriors without equal. They are the sixth house. Animals and plants. Perhaps it could have been commanded to come here. I don't know why a warrior would make its way here naturally.
And how would one go to command it, and how would one go to find the one who commanded it?
Well, let me gather these books, and I'm sure there's a way to find out. Do you know why it's here, if it is here?
You've heard of the murder in our territory?
No, unfortunately, I've been a bit preoccupied gathering my forces for your war.
I'll look at Cassandra because Jala doesn't know how smart it is to share all this information.
There was a murder in our territory that was done to implicate various people, and very clearly done in a way that may have broken signs of the blood, if not. But well, Lala, you say this
Well,
demon states it didn't commit this?
the demon stated it was looking for whoever committed it.
Then we are dealing with a different demon entirely. No, this sounds more like a halaku, the Slayers.
So what? Like,
Powerful
The sheriff?
in their own
Mhm.
right, but essentially they can sometimes be seen as the sheriffs, yes. I believe, in particular, they have a dominion over the end, death, things like that. But if they are investigating something, then yes.
I don't know if it lied about that.
I unfortunately would not be able to tell you. It's common knowledge that, when dealing with demons, they tend to lie a lot, particularly expertly, but usually a lie. It's very rare for them to tell the truth to one, entirely at least. Perhaps they might give up some information in half-truths.
It let me go with the intent of meeting again to see what we have found out about the investigation. I don't know if it's a trap. I don't know if it's actually because they are investigating.
Wouldn't be able to tell you, I'm sorry. Either way, here are the books that I do have, and he makes his way over to the two of you and hands over a pile of 6 books. Some scatterings about Solomon and how he briefly controlled an angel, which in a sense is just a demon, but and also some of the information on the various different houses and factions that make up demons. I don't really, like I said, I don't have a copy of some of the first creations of the Bible. That has a lot of information about demons. I could investigate to see if I could find a copy, but from what I heard, most of the originals have been confiscated by the Vatican.
Oof.
Might be something to invest in for the future, sure. If we intend to do this, well, have this meeting tomorrow. Might be a bit late for that.
Tomorrow?
Is
So
there any-
soon?
Though, is it these rituals? Is it only the Tremere who would be able to work them?
He's going to make a roll. So intelligence politics, it's 12 dice for him. 5, 6, 7 successes. Well, if the rumors are true that Mara's sister is nearby, in Tel Aviv, last I've heard, then Cassandra could possibly be able to pull off something small, but no, in truth you would need someone like Amaru. But last I heard, he was in Constantinople, under the thumb of the current prince of Antioch, but he's working in Constantinople for him. So perhaps if you could get in touch with Pythagoras and have him send his precious Tremere this way, although that would take some convincing.
Or at least any protective measures?
Wards are a speciality of the Tremere indeed, to an extent to be able to stop or even slow a demon. I'm unsure. Not my particular realm of expertise, I apologize.
Right. Thank you. Is there anything else that you wish to ask, Ajada?
Yeah, I think I have a clear picture of how much shit we might be. Alexis, thank you for everything.
Indeed. We'll say that until you are able to return the books, you'll owe me a minor boon. How's that? Once you return them, we can wipe that off the slate.
Sounds fine.
I appreciate it. Would you like to stay for the reading, or do you find? I assume you find yourself very busy with this.
I'm afraid so. Speaking of, you don't happen to know if there's tricks to speed up healing by any chance?
Powerful blood. Very powerful blood. Usually of an elder. That's at least what I know. I myself can do physical. not physical, appearance-wise, mine or someone of my persuasion could make you look better.
Cecilia did a fine job of it.
That's good. Good. Very good. How are you doing, though, Ajala? It's been a while, and last I saw you, you were... well, you.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I'm currently doing, to be fair.
As you say that, Lucius kind of makes its way through Alexis's legs and comes over to you, Ajala, and sort of looks up with all three heads towards you, wagging its tails.
I'll pat it on the head.
Which one?
I try to give all three a go.
Okay.
Like,
Fantastic.
let's be fair.
Initially, the first one that you pet, the other two become insanely jealous and try to nip at it, but once you give pets to the others, they calm down.
Let's say I've come close to, well, proverbial dawn a few times.
Not good. Not good indeed.
Would prefer to avoid that in the future.
Yes. How is Cecilia doing? I am certain that she is probably still with us, but I don't see her with you.
Well, she went head on with the demon. She's still with us.
Interesting.
It was a close call.
You were able to observe.
Yeah. As in, we were remarkably lucky. She is currently very pissed at me. She says I betrayed her by not joining her in the attack, as I wanted to get her away from it, but she'll probably come around when she heals, I hope.
One lost in the heat of defeat usually lashes out at others in hasty anger. I'm sure she did not fully mean what she said.
Yeah, I hope so.
Rather to be alive than dead.
Quite so.
But not cowardly. Always a good distinction. And Chimeg, how does she fare? I hear that Father Restucci has been asking about her, curious as he is.
He makes good. Angry about the things happening in our territory, which is...
She gave a sense of being one of those who is concerned about their territory.
We'll, set things straight sometime, hopefully sooner rather than later, but I do think that Cassandra has a point when she keeps telling us that we need to think and plan more ahead.
His eyes follow on you, Cassandra, and he says, "Really? Interesting. Well, at least they have another cool head amongst the group." I would say that it's been a while since Serafino has been out of commission, but even him was not the cool-headed of them. How is Serafino doing? I haven't seen him since the incident.
Let's say that, yeah, I have something to, I have business with Habiba trying to reobtain him.
Well, unfortunate.
Exactly. She's been, a pain
Sure.
ever since the war.
Perhaps if you could get in touch with Adam or Brother Bernard. I believe from time to time they have seen Habiba on the outskirts of the city. They might be able to tell you one of her hideouts. Perhaps they've even seen her. I would entrust seeing her to Brother Bernardus, but you'll have to look past his issues. It'll be a little bit more difficult to get information from him.
Do I know these names? Probably not.
You know that one of those names is a Cappadocian that Cecilia has mentioned in the past. The other one was, you vaguely remember, mentioned very early on when you first went to the Holy Sepulchre, the night of the prayer vigil. But you never got to personally see. Well, actually, no. You briefly got a glimpse of Brother Bernardus, I believe, up in the upper rafters.
Oh, okay. That is Brother Bernard, and Adam is the Cappadocian. Ooh, I might have to ask Father Restucci about that.
He would be
might
best to
arrange.
try and get his hands on Bernard. Adam, on the other hand, finds himself lingering around the cemetery as usual.
Thank you for this, again. Right, I will not take any more of your time, as I'm quite sure that Gabriel's probably
Well, it's
already
a-
waiting for us.
Pleasure to see you, as always.
Same.
And a pleasure
Same.
to meet you, Cassandra, yes?
That is correct. Thank you once again.
Fantastic. Go ahead. Oh, if you don't have anything else, sorry. Well, I suppose Gabriel's probably waiting for me upstairs. I apologize that I don't have anything else immediately. I can do some more searching in my library, see if I find any other books that might help you out. You know... No. Well, I should mention it. While I don't have access to the first few copies of the Bible, there was an old rumor that there was a copy somewhere on Temple Mount that was buried, maybe 20 years before you arrived here. A group of Lasombra attempting to strike out against other Lasombra of a different faction. They got into a fierce battle with some Templars on Temple Mount back when they took Al-Aqsa as their barracks. I believe there was a series of cave-ins in the old ruins below Al-Aqsa, which was rumored to possibly have a few pieces of the manuscript, were lost with it. Mayhaps those pieces of the manuscript still remain, buried underneath the rubble.
Would be interesting to find out. Thank you for your time again, as we make our way back to the exit.
He goes ahead and he leads the two of you back up the stairs. Excuse me. And as you make your way back into the room with the pillows and the hookah, you would see Gabriel sat crisscross applesauce across the table, smoking away at the hookah with the Quran open. And his eyes kind of flutter up towards the two of you, and he goes, "Ah, hi. I thought you all weren't going to be here."
A change of plan of some new information.
Understandable. You're more than welcome to join, and Alexis kind of cuts in. Unfortunately, Gabriel, they have some other errands that I need them to run for me, so they won't be able to join us this time, but perhaps in the future. And Gabriel kind of just nods.
Just sort of scurry by and head for the exit.
Mhm.
Thanks again, Alexis. And I
No
leave.
problem. So the two of you head out of that golden gilded door as it is closed behind you with a bit of a heavy clunk because of the weight of the door itself, and brought back into the entrance and back to the butcher shop.
We had, Look, I don't know where else to stay than the Painted Lady. What do you think?
Do you have any other allies that you can stay with?
Bartholomew, but I'm not sure if we're going to make it there. Or the day sees us.
Do we have any other ghouls or people who could stand watch? Or we could maybe ask very nicely if we could also stay in Cecilia's cellar. I just want to get some reading done while we can. What time was the meeting with them scheduled for?
Time wasn't
Just
given.
Tomorrow night.
They didn't
Time
really-
wasn't given. Okay. Because woods might be useful, but a bit hesitant in asking Barnes. We'll see what we can scrounge up and read. Do you want to go to the Painted Lady or
I would feel
go to
better being close to. Well, Backtrack is out of the running, and Eleanor is resting there. At least I still have my other friend there. Quickly checking them because I always forget his name, even though it's not that difficult. Fatma should be able to watch out for us as well. Try to.
Do I check on Cecilia or Chimek first if we have time, or go straight there?
So what transpired? I doubt she wants to see me right now. She seems convinced that I was about to let her die.
She wanted to examine and learn from her pain, so perhaps our concern wouldn't be best warranted. Sure. I haven't even had a room in the Painted Lady yet. Hopefully the beds are comfy. How do you want to split the books? Try and do as much reading and note-taking as we can before sleep takes us.
If Eleanor is awake, we could ask her to take a part in that, but I do need to sleep.
Yeah.
As in, I'm not there yet, far from.
No, it's fine. I can stay up and take notes.
And I'll start heading towards the Painted Lady again.
Begin heading towards the Painted Lady. As you slip out the doorway of the shop, Ajala perception, alertness, difficulty 7. As you are walking along the streets, making your way up towards the Christian Quarter, you're sort of getting close to the area where the brewery is when this check is made.
Perception, alertness, difficulty 7. All specs.
That'll come into play, yeah.
It will come into play. Alright, there we go. If low light vision is in play, then 4 successes.
You
It's
see a
not great.
familiar small figure darting their way between the crowd, picking a few pockets here and there, until eventually taking a quick glance around and then slipping into an alleyway.
Can I try and lock eyes with her?
Sure. Go ahead and... actually, I'll give it to you. As the individual begins to slip into the alleyway and takes a quick glance around the streets, making sure no one noticed and no one is following, you watch as a pair of eyes flicker in your direction and lock with yours for a second.
If she's seen me, then I'm good with that, and I'll just continue walking.
Two of you continue walking, and as you get near the brewery, there's a third set of footsteps that sort of slowly begins to join yours, and a small individual appears to the left of Ajala, covered in a ratty cloak, small of stature, a bit emaciated, but with a clink of coin and jewelry coming from their pockets.
Good of you to join us.
Where have you been?
Around.
You don't seem it.
Be happy that you can't see it. It's been something.
Yeah,
Care to join us for a drink?
Had enough purses for the night? Sure.
All right.
Who's your friend?
a good friend. It's up to her if she wants to introduce herself. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Why don't you describe your wonderful ghoul to everybody so that we can remember?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, this person doesn't know my name yet. I technically don't know her name yet.
Correct.
But she's Salila Saif, if I'm not mistaken. And Ajala is slightly surprised that she sort of walked up and was like, "Where have you been?" But he's trying to play it like he's not surprised. She is my potential next ghoul, as in she has 1 point of my blood in her already, and she's a pickpocket.
Cassandra, what you would see is a small of stature woman? Maybe? Or it could just be a very old teen. Like I said, a little bit emaciated, heavily covered in a cloak, but with Egyptian-like features. Or I should say Persian-like features, not Egyptian-like features. Very nimble, very quick on her feet, and seems to blend in and out of the crowd very easily. You would probably, through the clinking of coin, you could easily tell that what pants pockets she does have, and the pockets on her cloak are easily lined with at least a good 3 handfuls of coins of various different types.
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet one so skilled. You can just call me Cass. What
Yes.
would you like us to call you?
I like to be called Cat.
Cat. A pleasure to meet you. Well,
Mouse and Cat going at it together. All right. So, boss man, brings you to these parts.
Well, boss man,
You are the boss.
am I now?
Yeah.
How did
Speaking of
you come to
which,
think-
she goes into one of her pockets and pulls out a small coin purse and flicks it over to you. There you go.
I'll try to catch it and look at it, look at her. How come you're calling me boss man?
I know full well you could have killed me in that alleyway. I figure you didn't, for a reason.
You are a quick one. I'm glad you are. Well, let's get some dinner for you first, and we'll talk.
Searching into the coin purse later, I assume Ajala will find about 8 silver and 20 copper.
All right. 20 copper.
first round of drinks is on you then, right?
Absolutely.
She'll look to Ajala.
Absolutely. And I'll continue walking.
Okay, fantastic. Eventually, the 3 of you would make your way towards the Painted Lady. As you come to its familiar visage once more, the 2 of you would catch eyes of one Father Restucci making his way further up the street in the direction of the Holy Sepulchre. But he would glance down your direction, doesn't seem to notice you, as he just sort of scans over the crowd on horseback, and then continues down the road. Perhaps good news, seeing as last you saw him, he was out with the bannermen of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre on the war front.
Ajala just feels too tired to actually acknowledge his presence. He just notices and walks in.
Cassandra very quickly whispered to Ajala, do you think he might be a good person to ask about our, meeting tomorrow or no?
Probably, but it might be more interesting to do that tomorrow night, as in I just want to hit the books and hit my bed.
Hit the books. Didn't know you were a bit of a bookworm.
I'm not, trust me. And I'll
You
walk
look it.
inside.
So as you walk inside, you watch as she quickly goes over to one of the empty tables, scooches one out for you, Ajala, and then sits herself down in one and slams her hand on the table a few times, yells out for an ale. And you watch as Fatma makes his way around the bar and sets one down in front of her and then looks over to you. Oh, Ajala, how are you?
Been better, been better. We'll get there.
What can I get you?
Yeah. Get our new friend here a proper meal.
Proper
whatever
meal.
she wants to drink. And Cassandra, what do you want?
She'll look over to the barkeep and just say, whatever you recommend.
Get
And a
me the
room.
same.
I would also like a room.
Yes.
Huh? I think I could take care of that. Friend of Ajala's is a friend of ours. Window, no window.
No window, please.
Playroom it is.
I'll be back in a minute. Just have to check up on someone.
Fatma disappears behind the counter trying to get some food together. And as he's back there, he sort of grabs a few things off of his keyring and looks over in the direction of Cassandra and says, "Can you catch?" Quickly
She'll
tosses
try
the key
to.
over. Yeah, quickly tosses the key over, and definitely, yeah, you do manage to catch it.
Before Ajala goes out, just based on him saying he almost killed this girl, Cassandra will very quickly whisper to Ajala, does she have matching tattoos of me? Just in case.
Don't believe so.
Okay. Just wondered.
Oh wait, is he pouring the drinks?
He's getting the food together for the girl, and he tossed Cassandra the key. But yeah, he quickly gets a bowl of what seems to be a hearty stew together, goes underneath the counter, looks at a few labels of some bottles, and grabs one, and then makes his way back around the bar and starts heading your way. Slides the bowl of stew onto the table and then hands a bottle of Merlot towards Cassandra.
Can I stop him before he, because I wanted to go to one of the rooms upstairs, but can I stop him before he walks back to the table?
Sure.
Put everything down behind the counter again. Pretend like I'm sort of talking to him before that I am exchanging words with him, and I want to pour another pint of blood into the stew for Salifa or Cat.
Okay. So you go ahead and get that done. Luckily, with this particular ghoul, you don't really have to hide these things, so fantastic. All right, so go ahead and mark up her rating.
2 points.
Yep. But with that, he kind of nods his head and says, "I'll take care of it," and then makes his way around the table, goes ahead and hands over that bottle of Merlot and gives her that bowl of stew. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
in the dark recesses of a dungeon, Cecilia.
Yes, but we haven't actually gotten there yet, right? We are walking.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, Chimeg wanted to follow after Cecilia. My bad. So the two of you, rewinding a lot, the two of you leaving Alexis's shop are making your way in the direction of the brewery.
Why are you following me now? Aren't you supposed to go to the library?
I don't work very well in a library. Last time I tried. I speak broken Egyptian. I read even worse.
I guess that makes sense. Can't be good at everything.
Hmm.
So, what will you do?
About what?
I am asking in general, the coming 24 hours.
I still think we need to get our strengths up before we do anything. If you asked me a few hours ago, I would have said that just let's go and rip out any throat we can, but we can. We need more than we have.
It was so close. I almost could grasp the victory in this, but no. Just an inch too far away.
What do you mean?
I think this demon thing will be the ruin of us. They will go meet him again, meet this demon again, and it will ruin more. And there will not be an opportunity like that again.
Like what? The two of you were there alone.
It was cornered. You would understand if you were there. You would have fought
If I
with
were
it.
there, I wouldn't have any issues with it, but I wasn't.
Well, it wasn't like I planned to come there before you were
I
there.
don't know.
I didn't plan it to become a fight, but it wanted it. And it needed to be handled before it corrupted more. And even the few moments it got already corrupted Adjala to think that you can speak to it, making deals by meeting it again. And now Cassandra is believing that she can best the demon in its own game, trying to manipulating it in an end, making it speak truths and lies.
I don't know a single thing about demons. I don't come from a. Are you Catholics?
Let's
don't know
say
what
the
you are.
world was built on a demonic thing, corrupting the pure essence of mankind. I don't think
Sure it was.
Cassandra has much of a chance, nor Adjala.
They're just like us, aren't they? Monsters of the night.
No, they're not like us. We are. I don't know
We
what
are
we
chosen by the gods.
Maybe we're chosen, maybe we're cursed, I don't know.
I know.
But they are different. They are like do you know what angels are?
I know the word.
Doesn't matter.
They're spirits, something like that, right? Dark and light spirits.
Let's say one is servants of good and the other one is servants of evil, to make it simple. We are still of this world. Demons and angels are of. It's not of our world. They are higher. Doesn't matter
I
now.
wouldn't be so certain. Compared. People would probably say the same thing about us.
Of course, they might, because they don't understand. If they think we're demons, they would probably think the same thing. But we are not demons. But these
Are
at
you
least
sure you're
claim
not?
they are.
Are you not sure you're not following the logic of mortals?
The logical of mortals. God is above mortal concepts and our concept of undead.
Of course.
This is what
Not
the
that I agree
Bible
that we're
teaches.
undead, but
I'm not really up for religious discussion. Just let's say that this business with the demons is not going to end good. It's going to end very badly. And we had one chance, and that chance is now gone. And now only a miracle can stop this. I need more answers. I don't know.
and let's get answers.
Yeah, I guess I should.
I'm not certain about Cassandra yet. I don't think she has bad intentions. But I am certain of Ajala. he put his life in jeopardy for me. I owe him my life. I trust him.
I know that he values the group a lot. I know that if he saw a way to fight, something he felt he was superior as, he would fight. We had just killed the werewolf, remember? For him, they were not immortal beings, just dangerous things. But in the end, Adiyala will serve himself. And if he finds something that he will die if he intervenes, he will choose to not intervene. Even if it means the death of all of us. That is what I'm sure of.
I wouldn't be so sure. All I've seen from him points towards the opposite.
I thought so. I thought he had grown from the first time. But this time, he was back to self-interest again. Above everything. I am sure you would have joined me in the fight. And we would have a chance to win. But alone I could not win.
Ayala was still wounded.
I didn't say it was the greatest prospect, or the guarantee of life or success. But believe me when I say, if Adiyala would have been the one who was first to the door and made an attack, I would have followed him up on it.
I believe that. Doesn't mean it was the right thing to do.
Well, no one can know what's the right thing to do in that kind of phase. I'm not even sure I did the right thing still. I might have done the wrong thing. But it doesn't matter. It would be us against the world. That is what I thought since the moment I woke up. But I doubt it now. I think the bond that all of we have are a lot weaker than I first thought, and I think Cassandra is the one that confirms it. Her self-interest is very high. I guess I was a fool to believe that there was something honorable in this bond. Are we getting to the brewery? By the way?
You're almost there. You're about a block away at this point.
The only thing I regret is that I didn't fight the urge to go into the meeting and actually went to see Serafina to try to get him somewhere safe. Because I think he's lost to us.
Let's just focus our efforts on that. Honestly. I think if we just tell Cassandra that he is prioritized, then I think we could tell her not to go to the meeting.
She seemed very made up her mind.
Then
And
let
what do
her
you
go.
think I'm going now? I am hoping that I will find a message under that rock.
I'd say at this time, you finally arrive at the brewery.
And I continue over across the street to the hidden away place where the dead drop was. Which was in the crossroad as well.
Habiba's dead drop.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. You want to go to Habiba's dead drop? Yeah. So you go ahead and make your way over there.
Lucky Malcolm.
Yeah. No. And-
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, if you say your thing first.
I was going to say, if you decide to go ahead and check on it, You would see that what you left there has been taken, but there is currently no response sitting within.
Well, she's been here. She puts it back in the way she found it. The response might be somewhere, maybe just a new place.
Let's move. And I'll scan if someone is looking at us.
Sure, absolutely. Perception awareness, each of you.
Perception awareness.
Do I get to roll for
If
this?
no human is around, well, no one is around, I'll activate Eyes of the Beast.
Okay.
Get
Yeah.
more question.
This is in a back alleyway, so absolutely. Eye for details.
Mhm.
How many tens are in there? Just the one? Yeah, just the one. Okay.
I got to roll
It's
0
fine.
dice. Okay. 1d10. I have a failure.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I mean 1 dice always.
Yeah. So Chimeg with 2 successes. You can confirm easily. Yeah, no one seems to be around. Cecilia, you find yourself trying to look around, but the pain kind of keeping you distracted as well as trying to think about the conversation that you're currently in.
As we moved a bit out from that alley, something tells me, call it a gut feeling, that Abiba is kind of reckless. I think that if we just went to her and met her even on her terms, it would probably be we'd probably have a fighting chance, right?
Unless she brings friends. I don't know what allies she has, and still I don't even know where she is. It's not even an option until she reveals the location.
Feels like
She's starting heading west towards the stables.
Feels like Ayala might know where she wanted us to go.
No, I asked him. He said he didn't. Did he say otherwise to you?
I guess not.
I know that it's probably caves somewhere outside, but she had multiple places, and she might even have hidden places he doesn't know of in town. Or wherever.
The stable comes into sight about 2 blocks away at this point. Eventually, you guys arrive at the stables.
I just casually walks in. Towards the stable boy, I guess.
Yeah, you would see he's in the back cleaning out the stables currently, but he, at the sound of the approaching people, he does go ahead and puts down the pitchfork that he has and says, "Ah, yes, how can I help?"
I want to get my horse. It's on the road.
well. Rose, very well. Goes over to the post, takes the dagger from it, and makes a mark next to Rose. Then goes quickly over to your horse, gets the saddle ready, and straps it on, and brings it out of its stable. Here you go, Rose.
Thank you. She takes
What?
it.
What are you intending to do?
Oh, I am leaving the city, as I said. Can you tell my ghoul I will be back? But he needs to prepare armors if he can. 10 full plates. I guess they need the measurements and stuff like that, but prepared to have them made somewhere or something. Best armor that you can find for a reasonable sum. I guess plate might be too expensive, I don't know. Whatever you can
Plate
find.
doesn't exist yet. So yeah.
Oh, but okay, knight's armor then.
Yeah.
Sure.
Alright. What's the purpose of leaving town?
I have somewhere to go. Do you want to help me up on the horse?
Of course.
With a little assistance. The painful process is made a little less painful with the assistance, but still painful indeed.
I am well up on the horse. We'll see you hopefully soon if the demon doesn't do anything. I'm sorry that I failed to persuade them to not go there.
You didn't really try.
I didn't really try? What do you mean?
They still haven't gone there. Sometimes I think you think too much. Honestly, I think this group thinks too much sometimes. We should just do things, anything, to get progress of any sort.
Oh, I did. Not long ago. Just, what is it, an hour ago? And I have been called many things since that point. Being reckless, stupid, and whatever else is said behind my back, as I can see in the eyes of all of you. I guess I did think too little before I ran after the one that is ruining our neighborhood. Goodbye, Chimeg. Please be alive when I come back.
Thank you.
And she starts to she starts to move with the
Trot.
horse in
You
a
start to trot
reasonable
the horse, yeah.
Trot the horse, yeah.
What gate are you heading towards?
I'm gonna be a little reckless. I'm gonna go to the Damascus gate because it's probably closest to where I am now. Jaffa gate is probably closer, but I want also to go north.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Gotcha. So you would see this Chimag as Cecilia rides off into the crowd, going through the hustle and bustle, and you watch as she goes 1, 2, 3 blocks, and then fully disappears in the ebb and flow of people. And we're left with just Chimeg standing there. Batu confusingly looking back and forth between where Cecilia went and its master, wagging its tail regardless.
Yeah, and I'm gonna head towards the painted lady.
How are my players doing for time? Good?
I have time.
Good? Chimeg? Good?
Yep.
All right, fantastic. We are going to take our next break here, and we'll pick back up in the Painted Lady when the three of you will sort of rejoin. We'll say after Ajala gets all that conversation that he had done with Fatma is when Chimeg would enter. But we'll be right back, folks. See you soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Children of the Cup. All right, so Shimegi watches. Cecilia goes off into the sunrise, essentially, but it's not sunrise yet. Don't worry. And you make your way over to the Painted Lady. Eventually, with Batu in tow, eventually you walk in through the front doors, and you would see Fatma, Ajala, Cassandra, and another woman you don't recognize, all standing roughly around a table. Ajala looking like he's about to head up the stairs.
Welcome back. I'll be with you in a minute. Soon. Want to check up on Eleanor just to see how she is.
Right.
See you in a minute.
I'll come with you actually. And she's gonna come with.
Oh, I'll go and check on Eleanor.
You go and check on Eleanor. Looking in, she's currently asleep, but she has a couple of various different bowls of food that look like they've been eaten that are sort of piled onto the table. There's an empty, knocked over pitcher of water that kind of just lies on the floor. And there's a cold bath that sits in one corner, and the room is dark. And she is sort of just curled up into the bed.
I'll be back in a second. I'll go in and close the door behind me for a second. And go up to her. And perhaps not the smartest idea to do this same night still, but I'm going to feed her another point of blood just to get her healing going in her sleep, if she is asleep.
She is asleep, yes.
I'll just put wrists to her mouth then and try to allow her to drink, if she will.
It is a bit difficult because she's currently asleep. So if you want to successfully get her to consume a point of blood, I'm unfortunately going to have to ask you to use 2 in this instance, because there's a bit of spillage.
All right. In that case, I'm gonna use 2.
Okay.
And then I'll give her a kiss on the forehead and leave the room again.
Silently make your way back out of the room, closing the door behind you. There's the lightest of clicks as it finishes closing.
Right. She will get better, I hope, soon. There is the question of what we do with Backtrack. Cecilia wanted to claim him, right?
Is that so? Cecilia's left the city though.
Wait, what?
I'm not sure when she will be back.
Fuck.
Did seem like she would be back, but who knows?
We might have gone for the Montforts in that case.
Right.
Whatever the case, we would do good to claim Backtrack before something worse happens to Serafina than has already happened. And you willing to sort of keep him in check until Cecilia returns?
You mean like give him blood?
Yeah, I could do it as well, but I don't think she'd like that currently.
Didn't Cecilia say that it would be more confusing and for him to have several sources?
I don't know, but as you heard, Zinde can go mad if something happens to the one they're bound to, and to state that Serafino is supposedly in right now, I'm really afraid that something might happen.
I think that at this point, if he's not already dead, then the only way he will become dead is if we do something that pisses Habib off. There's no reason for her to kill him otherwise.
What if we do? Even if we don't intend to?
And that happens.
Right. No, that's fair. If we go to deal with her, remind me to tell Fatma that he has to keep an eye on Serafino. We'll have to make
I'm
sure
back
he's
broken.
unarmed.
Well, I actually think that maybe we should move out of here. Everyone knows this is where we hang.
Then again, as in if we show that we leave behind the moment it gets difficult, we show weakness as well. I know no other place to be home in Jerusalem right now, as in I have my ghouls here.
I wasn't planning on running away.
No, I understand, but it might just look like that. I don't know. I don't know. Things have been a lot, and now Cecilia's gone, and I don't think she likes Cassandra a lot.
Hmm.
And to be honest, I'm thinking Cassandra has a point. Has had a point more than once, and we didn't listen.
Regardless if she does or not, she doesn't actually know the situation.
So it's up to us to educate her about the situation. Let's be
Sure.
honest, we've not really... Okay, we've told her about some of the politics and everything, but how much did we really tell her?
We haven't really had the time.
Yeah, but still. As in, we led her through the gate, she apparently didn't realize what that meant. Not that there would have been any choice, but still. She had a point there as well. We basically forced her into our faction, then again she's part of our coterie, so I don't really see how else it would work, but we didn't really give her that much of a heads up when it came to that.
You didn't ask.
I know. Thing is, Cecilia nearly died tonight right in front of me. I nearly died a few nights ago with the werewolves. We really have to start being more careful and plan ahead, perhaps.
Celia does have a point, though. I'm not certain. I trust Bartholomew, but I am not certain that Cassandra is in this for all of us. And how could she be? She's just arrived.
Then let's give her a reason to be in it for all of us.
I'm not saying that she isn't, I'm just saying that we don't have any proof of it.
Just in case, let's make sure that she is by also providing her a reason to be in it for us.
Right. How do we do that?
Terrible at it, but can try. So I'm not good
Try
with
what?
talking or thinking for that matter. I'm not... I am well aware that I'm not the smartest cookie in the jar. Anyway, we have people... We have books. I don't know if you can, but... Maybe we can find some stuff in there and that might help us with our situation. Don't know. We'll see.
You know who also isn't the smartest cookie in the jar?
No clue.
Me. I don't know.
Then
I can
again-
look at the books, but don't expect too much.
Yeah. I'm afraid that we're on the same length there. Or same length of rope. Let's get downstairs. I still have to talk to Fatma, and I have someone else to break in. That she might be a ghoul, but I'll leave her for tomorrow. So she is not in the know yet. Just saying.
Who is Fatma?
Fatma's the barkeep down here.
Right.
He is my ghoul, whether he knows it or not.
Hmm.
The girl at the table, well, that was at the table when I went upstairs with Cassandra, she's also my ghoul. Well, not completely yet, which is why I want to keep her slightly in the dark for now, but tomorrow she knows.
I think we should focus getting Serafino back.
Are you willing to do that? Do you think it's a good idea?
Well, I'm not certain what to do, but yes.
Alright. Should we do that tonight as well?
Do you know where Abiba is?
Oh, wait, yeah. No. Satan, sorry. No, as in, but we... There's too little hours left for that. I do know people who might know where Habiba is.
And let's look into that tomorrow.
Exactly. And I'll head down the stairs. Sorry, my mind is... mush. I start walking downstairs.
Two of you make your way down the stairs, pass by a couple of the local patrons that you see every once in a while pop in. Of course, you have your usual crew sitting in the back playing a hand of cards. But you just watch as Cassandra waits, essentially. Her and Kat having small quips here and there, but not really having what you really could consider a conversation.
Right. First things first. I give away Fatma to follow me into the back.
He'll go ahead and wipes his hands on his apron and tries to get a few spots off of the bar counter the last second before throwing the towel onto the rack and saying out to the room, "Bar's gonna be closed for a few minutes. Don't worry, you can keep drinking and keep eating. It's just no service for a few minutes." He goes over to the back door, takes out a key, unlocks it, and opens it up. Makes his way inside, leaving the door open.
I'll make sure when I come in that I close the door behind us.
Who all's heading in there? Is it just you, Ajala, or?
Unless anyone's following us from the group.
Well, I was wondering if you wanted
No,
Cassandra to also join you, because all you've done is come downstairs and told Fatma to open up the back room.
I don't know, I'm going to have to talk with him, basically, so...
Gotcha. What's up?
I locked the door behind us so that we're in here together. I fed off him too recently, I think. So I'm not going to do that. Listen, I have involved you in something that is probably more than you bargained for, but you're in this now with us.
I mean, you took over the business, and so far, business hasn't been lacking since you got here, so...
Yes, you know the group that I'm with in general. The French woman, the Eastern woman, and now the new one from Greece.
Oh, yeah.
Together with Serafina, who you've not seen in a few nights, we are something else. How to say this? Let me show it to you, and I'll open my mouth and show my fangs at him.
His level of blood bond, is it 3 or? Yeah, 3. For a few moments he's taken aback and he doesn't say anything until he goes, "I always knew there was something weird about you. But that's okay, I don't blame you for it. You know, we all have our little oddities."
Exactly. You are now part of this oddity of mine, and
Oh.
that's why we are friends now, and we will work
A bit
together.
more than friends, but sure.
Exactly. As in, all of this is supposed to stay between us. As in, I know that the Painted Lady has become our base of operations, basically. This is our haven, our safe space. Which is why I need you to keep an extra eye out, especially the coming nights and days, and for however long this is going to last. But things have been tumultuous. There's others looking for us, powerful creatures that also have people who work for them, like you work for me.
Oh. Okay. Don't entirely follow, but am I just looking out for shady characters?
Shady characters that come in and out, people that might want to harm us. Potentially even you, because you are bound to us now.
When you say bound, what do you mean?
The friendship we have, it's stronger than normal friendship. It's something that I need to maintain with you. And you with me. And look, there's more than just me. As you know, my friends and friends. There's more of us out there. Some are friendly, some are not. We've got alliances going, or at least are trying to, and we've got some enemies as well. Of late, it seems that our enemies are on the move. The war happening in the background has also made these enemies more active. Eleanor, who's resting upstairs, I would like you to take extra good care of her. She's one of us. She's like you.
Of course.
The girl at the table, she doesn't know yet. So don't share with her. Don't share with anyone but anyone that I am clearly telling you about.
Okay. A little odd, but alright.
It has to be a secret no one else can know. Characters that seem to be in the know also don't share any information with them. As in, we might be hunted. And yeah, keep eyes out for strange characters. Anyone of the church come by, Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, let me know. A particular bishop from Darom, let me know. And nobody is to ever disturb us during the day.
Brother Andy? From Durham?
You know him?
Came back 2 nights ago.
What
He
did he
didn't ask for anything. He just, outside of, the usual. Alcohol, food. Didn't rest
He's
here,
in
but
here.
he came by, yeah, and he had a conversation with a few fellows.
What does he drink?
Well, he usually drinks some of the local brews of ale, but it seems his real vice is Venetian wine. Usually within the
have a
20 to
bottle of
30. Yeah.
Right. Give it to me, please.
It's in the front. Give me a minute.
Oh.
And he goes up to the door, takes out his keys, unlocks it, makes his way to behind the counter, and shuffles around a few things, brings back, comes back in the room with a bottle and closes the door behind him.
Can I open it up?
Mhm.
I open it. Just bleed a few drops into it and I'll close the bottle again.
How many points would you like to put in there?
No points, just a few drops.
Just a few drops, gotcha. All right. So you go ahead and do that.
If he ever comes in again, mark this bottle and give it to him. On the house.
Okay. Do you want me to give any special reason, or?
Or if he... Let's know, it might be too obvious. If he orders one, give him this one. If he drinks from it, let me know.
Okay. What about other people who might drink from it? If he has guests.
If he has guests, preferably him alone, if it's all
Okay.
possible.
I'll see what I can do. I don't usually try and control who drinks from what bottle, so it might come off as a little odd, but I'll see what I can do.
Do you usually get the entire bottle?
Yeah.
Or do you usually order a glass?
He usually gets an entire bottle, sits down.
Is he
Drinks
often
it.
with many people?
Once he came in by himself, but last time he was here, he had a conversation with a rabbi of all things.
And can wager a gander at what that might have been about. I'm gonna regret this tomorrow, but I'm opening the bottle again.
Mhm.
Do you have anything to siphon, like something bigger? Or I guess I'll try like this, and I open up the wound again, and I try to force at least a full point in it.
Okay. He sees what you're doing, and yeah, he kind of works with you so that you can work the spillage and get it so that it stays the correct-ish color over the next... it'll take you about 2 minutes with the two of you working at it.
I will close the wound again after, and I'll do it just in sight so he can see that something more is going on, because he has to be broken into this.
Mm.
So,
So what exactly
with this
is...
amount... Sorry?
What exactly does that do?
This makes that if he shares the bottle, it's fine. Just make sure that it's this bottle that it gets to his table, and if he drinks from it, I need to know.
Yeah.
Anyone else who drinks from it, give me, if you know who they are, what they are, like a knight or a rabbi, just let me know as well.
Yeah, sure.
We'll talk more about this tomorrow evening. I need to get back to my group. We need to do some research. Thanks.
No problem.
And I'll make my way back to the table.
In the meantime, what has Chimek been doing?
She was probably sitting down with Cassandra, but she wouldn't really have said anything. She seemed just in thought.
You broke up.
Sorry?
You're muted.
Cassandra would ask about where Cecilia is, because she doesn't know yet. She's clearly like, concerned.
Yeah, she left the city.
Why?
I'm not certain what she was trying to do. She claimed it was because she is worried about the demon thing and you going to see it.
Is she
But I don't
in a
know what
fit
she's
state to
intending.
be traveling?
She's a grown woman.
She almost died.
Who
What
almost
was I
died?
supposed to do?
You watch his cat is just shoving another spoonful into her mouth.
You know, some people just party too hard. She just goes and drinks some. But no, fine. Okay.
Alright. Cat just goes back to eating. Eventually, Chala would make his way out of the back room.
Right. Cat. I'll give her a gold piece from my pouch. I believe I have one left.
What's the shiny for?
Well, I guess it's not entirely necessary, but get yourself a room in this inn. As you know, this is our place of operations.
This
I
place? Alright.
Well, as you might have noticed, as in we sort of operate from here, usually. However,
Sure.
things are slightly... We might have to... I don't know. Get a room.
I'm
Enjoy
just gonna
yourself
bring
for
this
the-
up, boss man. Is it wise to just, like, shove all your resources into one place?
Maybe not, but we'll talk about that tomorrow night. For now, just get a room, get yourself comfortable. Go fill your evening however you see fit. We'll talk tomorrow night, alright?
Hey, Fatma! He kind of looks up and... Give me a room as far away from these chuckle fucks as possible. And she throws the gold across the room towards him. Fatma catches it. He kind of looks towards you, Ajala, and just goes, alright.
Right.
That do the trick for you?
Sure. Now,
I like her.
if you don't mind, I'm afraid I'm going to have to talk with my colleagues here in private for a bit.
I see. All right. Cool. I'll go check out my new digs. Have fun.
Bye. Thank you.
She kind of scoots away from the table.
If you die, I'm
Chimeg.
claiming her.
Chimeg, perception alertness.
What did you say, by the way, Chimig?
If you die, I'm claiming her. Chimeg said. Alertness.
Yeah. And then I gotta make a roll for her. She has 5. Two successes. Okay. As she pulls away from the table, Chimeg, you would feel your load on your hips lighten slightly.
I'm gonna snatch her wrist if I can.
Okay, yeah, absolutely you do. And she goes, ah. She's sensitive. And she just drops the coin purse into your lap with her other hand.
If I may give you a tip, Cat, don't steal from the people at this table.
It was just a bit of fun. What can I say?
I know. Not a good idea, though.
You're a little cold.
Hmm.
It's kind of cute.
I'll kind of snatch the wrist, kind of, so it hurts more.
Okay. Sorry.
No.
Won't do it again.
No, you won't. But I do appreciate the try.
Sure.
Off you go, cutie. It's been... We'll talk tomorrow night, okay? Ooh.
Light.
Someone's also having light issues. Mine will probably go dark in 18 minutes.
Yeah.
And then I'll just ignite them again, no worries.
Anyways, if you let her go, Chimeg, Cat will begin to make her way upstairs. Yeah.
I still have to break her in.
I think she'll break you in first.
That's
That's
the
right,
wrong
I
word. Don't
seemed
use
quite
that
the
word.
character. Sorry, what was that?
That's the wrong word. Please don't use that word to describe the process.
We'll refrain from using those words again. As in, okay, fine.
And the mind break fan fiction goes wild.
Oops.
What's up, dog?
So, books
Books.
and plans.
Whose room shall we take this to?
I still don't think we should stay here. Let's just go and look at the place me and Cecilia found and see if that's better.
Again, Cassandra tries not to pull a look face. I said that last night, but Cassandra's not. But Osa goes, but don't we have people we're keeping here? Shouldn't
Oh
we?
yes,
Utmost
you can
keeping an
move
eye.
them.
Cat will be
Right.
keeping an eye here. We have 2 others that
Do
are...
we have any other people that we can hire just to extra security, just in case for the whole place, not specifically them, because that might draw more attention to them.
Utmo,
Yeah.
did those earnings arrive yet that I told you about?
I got a letter in, said they should be here in the morning.
Also mean the 3 dots and resources out of character.
Those have arrived. But the other thing, yeah, the other thing you talked about, yeah.
So they arrive tomorrow. Make sure that they are able to defend this place.
All right.
And for tonight or tomorrow, perhaps additional security. Would that be good?
I can manage
Cassandra?
that. Yeah, I'll round up some guys from the slaughter docks.
Good. Make sure this place is well defended. If anything happens. rowdy patrons and such.
Hmm.
Would
Where
that
was it you thought we should go, Chimek?
I'll take you there. And she'll stand up.
We'll be back by tomorrow evening.
Tomorrow evening it is.
And I follow as well.
Where are you taking them?
Well,
Well,
no, not the well, the outhouse.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
'Cause I think the only
isn't
way
it
down
gonna
the
be
well was a
rather
drop.
weird if 3 people go into one outhouse?
I'll just want to approach it and see how it's like how much people are moving about, I suppose.
So you guys start making your way towards the Jaffa Gate, and eventually you would watch as Chimeg breaks away just before reaching the Jaffa Gate into a small alleyway, and in that alleyway you can see that there's a bit of a ramshackled outhouse that hasn't seen use in a couple of months at the very least. Much of the wood is water damaged heavily, and it doesn't look like it's really functional at all.
How much people are around?
Looking back at the Jaffa Gate, I mean, there are the guards, of course, who stand there at the gate nightly, but they're kind of more of their attention is focused on the main road itself. And I'd say there's probably 2 small groups of people making their way into the city at this point, but they're kind of concerned with their horses and the luggage that they have.
Right, try to not draw attention. How many can fit in that outhouse, by the way?
At a time, 1.
Yeah, 1.
But if you
Right.
start going down the entrance, 2 easily.
Actually, follow me one at a time. After like, I don't know, a little bit. And she'll gonna head that way.
You watch as Chimeg opens the door to the outhouse, gives a quick stern kick to the stool, and takes a look down real quick, and then immediately just turns around and jumps her way in. You hear her catch something wooden, and then the sound of her feet tapping against what sounds like perhaps a ladder or something along those lines. But you can swear that you also hear the swing of a rope, just slightly.
I look at Cassandra just like, huh?
Okay. How dark is it down there?
Super dark. Assuming that Cassandra will be the next one up. Cassandra, you get into the outhouse and
Might need to
outhouse, and it has like those natural outhouse smells. So a heavy smell of ammonia. But as you look down into the hole that Chimeg disappeared into, you would see, I'm assuming Chimeg would activate Eyes of the Beast, so she's able to see better. You
Yeah.
would see these pair of red glowing eyes slowly descending down a rope ladder, and there would be the sound of rushing water beneath. That sort of, you can faintly hear from here, but upon, well, before saying anything, what do you do with that information?
Okay, she is going to turn to Jala and be, do you think you can carry all these books? Because, I've got a bad feeling I'm probably going to drop them into the water because I'm not very athletically inclined.
Or do I have my bag on me? Probably. I'll
Or if it's too
try and
many, she'll
tuck them.
probably also shut down the Chimeg and be like, could you also carry half of these? Because
Yeah, load them down.
man. Thank you. I don't want to drop
As this is
these.
going on, I try to sort of obscure that there's more people in this alley. Double check if nobody's watching us.
Sure. You see a small kid on one of the carts, like, briefly glances in your direction, but his eyes quickly glaze over the alleyway, as he catches eyes of Batu, who kind of runs interference and looks to be playing a little bit in the dirt.
Good.
Yeah, Cassandra will try and climb down as safely as she can.
Okay.
The creepy red eyes kind of a weird comforting guide in this
Yeah.
absolutely charming situation.
A light in the darkness, you begin to make your way down the rope ladder. You can
I'll help
feel
her.
wet, slick, rocky wall as your hand brushes against it every so often, climbing down the ladder. And the sound of that rushing water keeps picking up more and more as you go further and further down. Until finally, you meet Chimeg down at the bottom on a bit of a small beachhead next to a flowing underground river. With what limited vision you do have, you're able to see that there are a couple of barrels, crates, and odds and ends that are sort of stacked together in one corner not too far from the rope ladder, and what looks like a few bedrolls as well.
I did forget that you guys don't see as well. Do you have any candles? I think weren't there candles here last time? That were
There are a
unlit?
few candles. They're not lit, though.
Yeah, I'll move over to them and light at least like one of them.
Okay.
Shed some light.
You move over and light a few of the candles, and some light begins to pour in, finally giving you guys enough air to sort of breathe more confidently with each step, knowing that you aren't going to faceplant into something. As Ajala begins making his way down the ladder, Chimeg, your eyes would briefly glance up just to confirm the noise that you're hearing is indeed him, only to see the face of Batu poke his head in through the small hole and sort of give out this low-pitched whine.
How tall, how high up was the... How far is the drop?
The drop is... it's about a 9-foot drop.
Right. Yeah, then I'll wait for Jala to get down properly.
Now you safely make it down.
Safety? Is this safety? I'll look around this place.
I don't know. Take a look at it at least. And then I'm gonna hold my arms up towards Batu and see if she can jump down.
Okay, make me a roll. For this, it's going to be 60-10.
10.
Difficulty 6.
Success for Batu.
It takes a second, but Batu eventually jumps down, and I'm going to have you make a strength brawl. Three successes. Even though Batu was nervous, you easily catch Batu in midair and kind of just immediately football tuck her, and then place her down on the ground gently as her tail begins to wag furiously.
And yeah, I'll also climb up and try to close the entrance.
Okay. You go ahead and get everything closed up, and then make your way back down the ladder.
And if I remember correctly, how there were a lot of water, but it was a kind of a big area that was stone, right?
Yeah. So the entire place is stone, but there's that river running through it that leads to the well and somewhat past the well, and there's a bit of beachfront that you guys are standing on that heads up towards the well, and there's a similar situation on the other side of this somewhat large underwater river system, where you can see that there are a few odds and ends on that side as well. But also you have, if you look to your right, Looking further into the city, you would see that the waterway eventually splits into two different separate systems, and they have their own pathways that you can walk or scoot on to go further in if you wanted. But it's here where it's like the biggest actual standing point that you have, and where there are a couple of items that have been piled up.
Well, as you can see, it's not a lot now, but it probably could be with some work.
Are we certain this place is safer than the actual Painted Lady?
It depends on how known it is.
So we don't know.
It might be good to have the Painted Lady or another couple of inns be known fronts that we are known to frequent, and then sneak here.
In that case, I hope
Just add
nobody's
another
gonna
layer.
come here, but yeah. Sure. Right.
The water
There's
doesn't
also-
rise that high, does it?
I don't think so. Haven't
Looking
been alone.
around, give me intelligence academics.
You were saying
Mm.
about like the feeling moist in the walls. That's why I'm asking.
Mhm.
It's like normally I wouldn't fucking care, but we got books. Difficulty 6.
Yeah, difficulty 6.
So because we got books, I do care.
Cassandra, 3 successes. All right. Anyone else rolling?
Joe has no idea.
Okay.
Is it
Anyway.
possible to do like survival if
Sure, you can try survival.
where do I have survival? Yeah.
So, Cassandra, you're really the only one who can kind of tell, now that you have the aid of the candlelight, looking around the place, looking at the various different erosion markers from time and water hitting the walls, it looks like, if anything, the water used to be to the ceiling. It used to be. However, it hasn't been there in some time. The water clearly has been where it is currently, by your rough estimates, for at least 20 years. And that's been 20 years with flooding and things like that. From what you can see from the erosion markers, when it does tend to have heavy rainfall, and there is a light rain currently in the city, it looks like it gets no more than a few inches that it swells. So you're relatively safe when it comes to having the possibility of flooding.
She will repeat this.
In that case, Ajala and Chimeg, you watch as Cassandra goes around to the various different sources of rock, points out different striations, different colors in the rock, things like that, and also goes over to the beachfront and also points out different markings here and there, and looks at some of the stalagmites and stalactites and begins describing to you that this place should be relatively safe when it comes to water damage in the future.
That is useful. Wow.
Yeah, I knew that.
Okay, so we're staying here for today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think it might be good for the time being, at least.
Yeah. I'll light some more candles and we'll get into the books for now. We'll hit the rock instead of a bed when the sun comes up, though. So
I don't
skip-
know what we should do about the ghouls, though.
What do you mean?
I'm bringing my ghoul down here. But I'm not sure what you will do.
I will not inform mine. I
To
guess,
give
as in
sight.
it's supposed to be a secret, so...
Batu gives a low bark when you mention your ghoul.
My other ghoul. You're about to.
Tail wags. So, as the three of you begin to set up to begin your study session for the night, the camera breaks away, pulls itself out of the city, and eventually makes itself to over the shoulder of one Cecilia of Montfort, riding off into the night, soon to be sunrise.
All right. So I just want to say that before she left town, she would just have fixed water and feed for the horse, so she could actually survive the travel with it.
How much water and feed?
3. I guess she would take for 3 days.
3 days of water and
Yeah.
feed. 5
Yeah.
copper.
I will definitely remove 5 copper from my cheat. I don't know. I said I will definitely before because then it makes sound like I wouldn't. All right. I have removed 5 copper.
Yeah, I would definitely do this thing I'm not doing. All right, but
Yeah,
either way,
and-
you go ahead and purchase some feed and some water for the horse for at least 3 days worth, and begin your travels outside of the Damascus Gate.
And I ride north
You
towards
begin
the mountains.
to ride north towards the mountains. Are you headed towards where we suspect? Is Cecilia making her way towards Fort Montfort?
She's heading towards the temple that is hidden in a valley.
Oh. Very well.
I really hope I remember right that it was north.
Yes,
North
your journey
towards
does start
Jordan.
north. Yes.
Yeah. Then, yeah, exactly. I have a travel path. I'm gonna follow the words of Gabriel, and maybe I will end up nowhere.
Okay, fantastic. So,
I'm
begin
Habiba.
your trek to follow in the footsteps of Gabriel, essentially. And as you are riding out, you would see... Actually, make me perception awareness. Difficulty 6.
Wound penalties or not?
Don't include your wound penalties for this.
Difficulty 6. 1 success.
Okay. Do you have any specialities?
No.
Okay. With just the 1 success, it's kind of obvious. So, as you are turning up the road, you would see a familiarish figure in knight's armor making his way down the lazy trail from the hills, from the manor towards Jerusalem.
All right. Which one is it?
The manor, Bartholomew's manor.
Bartholomew. So it's Bartholomew, I see.
More than likely, you're not entirely sure. It is dark. He is quite a distance away, and he's really only skylined by the fact that he's going down the hills at this point.
I activate the Eyes of the Beast just to neglect the darkness, trying to confirm.
Fantastic. With Eyes of the Beast, yeah. It takes you a few more seconds, but you look over his details and look over his form. Look at the jet black horse that he rides, and sure enough,
Will I meet him if I continue on?
if you wanted to, you could meet him at one of the crossroads that starts to head towards the new gate, but it would take you about 3 minutes off of your current journey.
I can sacrifice 3 minutes.
Okay.
This
So-
is this Bartholomew.
You make your way towards that crossroads and you wait. And a little time passes before finally you begin to hear and then eventually see him crest over the nearest hill. And he comes into sight and into vocal range. And you watch as he raises a hand in acknowledgement that you were there, turns his horse and begins making his way directly towards you. Another minute passes as he makes his way down the winding trail until eventually he arrives next to you. Sort of slowing his horse and eventually bringing it to a stop. He goes, Cecilia, it's good to see you. I did not
Bartholomew.
expect to run into you.
I didn't expect to run into you either. It's good to see that you are back.
For a time, yes. I want to get a few things done here in Jerusalem and some of the surrounding areas. I think I might go to either Tel Aviv or possibly further north, to just get a few small things done, handle some issues with banking, whatnot.
There's happened not so great things inside the town of Jerusalem.
Where are you headed? Perhaps we can travel and talk.
I'm traveling north towards, and then she points to the mountains, I guess. If they're visible from this where we are.
They are just barely visible on the horizon. Sort of nods his head a little bit and says, "Well, I can take a few minutes off my journey to trot alongside if you'd like."
I would appreciate the company. As far as you can go.
Goes ahead and positions himself, gets himself ready, and the two of you begin to trot off into the night. So, what troubles the coterie now?
Well, it started with a murder of actually a girl that you have seen. Her name is Elizabeth. At least it looks in the record like you were there once.
As you cannot see Bartholomew's face because he wears his helmet currently, you do still see his shoulders sort of sag a little bit, and the red gleaming eyes that he has sort of dim slightly as you say that. That's unfortunate.
Yes, the murder made us. It was drained of all blood and made to incriminate vampires and Canaanites, and it. Someone saw someone that looked like Hakan leave the establishment, but made no sense for Hakan's personality, so we investigated more. And that led us to go and see what happened to Serafino, to try to get him somewhere safer. And Habiba has gotten him. And I think he has been turned to a crystal heart.
Habiba has been turned into a crystal heart?
No, Habiba turned Serafino's body into crystal heart.
Ah, you said she, so...
Oh, sorry. I'm a bit confused at the moment.
It's
in some
fine.
pain.
I'm sorry that you were in pain.
Don't be. It's good for one's soul. Just a little hard to concentrate. We get sidetracked.
You're right,
so
it
much
doesn't sound entirely like Hakan to do such a thing. But I suppose anything is possible in war. Why anyone would break the silence of the blood, that is...
We investigated the body and the scene, and I saw that it has been made with metal tools, something to make it look like a vampire had done it. But it was actually, I don't know, some of metal tools. So we didn't know who, but maybe some vampire turned into Hakan to pretend and then placed mark of a setit that was, well, according to, I think it was Cassandra that actually confirmed it, that it looked like a shot. No, it was Adiala. We said that that's not. He had been taught by Habiba how you make good setit marks to fake or something, and he said that was a really bad. Yeah, well, it wasn't a real one. It was someone who didn't know who it actually looked like that tried to fake it.
Or forgery. Interesting.
Or forgery. And so, well, we talked to Mara, not because we wanted to see the body, not really for the other reason in that case. And that led us to go back to the scene to talk to others, look through the books. And then apparently someone that looked like Mara had just been there. It would be impossible as we just came from her. And I tried to find the person by asking people, and sooner or later I saw Mara. Well, a shorter version of Mara. So I chased after him. And when I caught up to it, the person turned to not a face and called itself a demon and crushed my arms.
A demon?
Yeah. Claiming not to have done the murder, but it was lying. It took the form of Hakan just when it didn't know I saw it. Meaning it was, I don't know how it does it, but I guess it was a recent form. It would make no sense if it was. I'm convinced it was lying, but didn't change the fact. At least only I was hurt. Yala was also there, but he fled or tried to flee. He wasn't hindered anyway. So it happened a lot of things. So Habiba getting Serafino and a demon apparently doing stuff in our domain. And Cassandra wants to go to speak to the demon. The demon is apparently told that it wants to meet Adjala at the place. And now Adjala and Cassandra will go there even when I tried to make them not to. I don't have the strength to stop them. Or the wits, apparently.
We need neither. If it is a demon, as much as it feels like a true inconvenience to deal with this, we need to see your family.
My family? Why?
Speaking to Father Restucci recently, he just recently came back into town, I learned that the Montforts are in fact part of a faction known as the Knights of the Black Cross.
Does my character know what that is?
Not at all.
Alright. Alright. I haven't heard about that.
They are Cainites. Cainites devoted to a number of things, honestly, but some would say that they and another order are the closest that our kind get to holy warriors. Perhaps they might know how to deal with a demon.
Alright. I guess that takes priority then. How will they receive me? What will they do? Will they try to convert me?
I don't know. If you feel like you are not ready to face them, I can go.
How far away is that place, by the way? By horse?
Fort Montfort, by horse, is a 3-day ride exactly. And that includes travel during day.
It's kind of far to get there and back in time. Can't you go into Jerusalem and talk to them and make them not meet the demon?
We can try.
And I look over to the mountains. Maybe I'm just foolish that I'm going on this quest now. I heard that
You said that you attempted to talk to them, make them see reason, and it did not work, so perhaps they just need to hear a different voice.
Yeah.
Take the time that you need. I will seek out the others.
Yeah. It seems so small now, but I will say it anyway before I forget. I think that people start to suspect that we know too much about things, so I was about to plan to slowly reveal that I'm an Ankilla or something, that I've been around for a longer time. Do you think that's wise, in order to throw off the scent?
It could throw off the scent, yes, but it could also lead to other dangers. There are those among us who specifically hunt them when they can, so you will be closing a door of suspicion and opening a door of jealousy. Jealousy that could result in Variables I honestly couldn't describe to you. I don't know exactly what they would do with it.
Have you heard about Boniface? What he's doing?
It came to my attention, yes.
I don't know how to solve that either. And he is digging. He knows stuff about us, our kind. He doesn't know about the markings or things, but that they could walk in the sun, can be from any clan. He knows things.
Which do you think takes precedent? The revealing of the Children of the Cup? Or the death of your friends?
The death of my friends.
Then let us save your friends. And with that,
Yes.
we're going to end the session. Thank you all so much for being here. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you. I hope my players enjoyed this session, and it's brought a whole new line of discussion amongst you as to what to do next. But either way, we will see you guys next time. We aren't entirely sure when our exact next session will be, but just keep an eye out. Keep an eye on those notifications. We'll pop back up soon enough. Adios.
Adios.
Bye.